Do you want to get into mobile app design? But perhaps you don't even know where to start? Well, if that's the case, then this course is just the right one for you. In this course, we're going to be designing a full mobile app from the ground up, learning everything from UI/UX design principles, our design software, Figma, and most importantly, what it takes to actually create a real world mobile app design. So, if you're ready to become a pro mobile designer, stay tuned because you're going to be getting straight to work on the very next video. Looking forward to seeing you there. So let's get right into the action with the first part of the series. Obviously, today we're going to be going into the branding. Now, branding is a bit different from the actual UI/UX design part of graphics design. Branding focus more on the actual company and some marketing side of things. So it's not so much mobile design today what we're going to be focusing on today, but rather it's going to be logo design, naming, and the actual idea. Also colors, which will be important, which would have a bigger coloration with the actual mobile design part of things. Now, if you don't want to watch this video, if you're just here for the mobile design, you can skip this part, this video. But I really encourage you to stick around because we're going to be talking about the actual app that we're going to be designing for, and also knowing some like logo design and branding design knowledge, even as a UI/UX designer or mobile designer, it's very helpful and it's a very valuable skill. So without further ado, let's just get into design here. Obviously, I'm going to rename this page branding. Now, before we start doing anything, I want to tell you about what the actual app that we're going to be creating is. So you know that on Samsung and on most Android phones, there is a radio app, but that radio app is constrained to be only used through the plugging in of headphone, since the headphone works as an antenna for it. So it's very annoying. You can't really use your radio through Wi-Fi. At least on the version I've used, that feature does not exist. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating a radio app that does that, that uh, transmits and receives some signals, and that you can hear radio through using your Wi-Fi instead of your actual antenna by plugging in a headphone. Now radios are a bit old fashioned, but this not like doesn't have to be really market valuable app. It's just for practicing, and I think a simple app like this will help you a lot in learning mobile UI/UX design. So what's the name? I'm gonna call it e-radio. This is the name I came up with. It's not really the most creative, but it gets the point through. E means digital, electronic, and radio, obviously a radio here. Okay, so let's start from the logo design. Okay, first of all, let's just try out a frame here. This is gonna be the main logo. Now, my idea is this. So if we have something like this, okay, take a rough sketch of what a Wi-Fi signal, Wi-Fi icon actually would be here. And if we take this, duplicate it, make it quite smaller here, Control Alt O, and make it smaller. And we can finally create one small circle here. This is roughly what a Wi-Fi icon looks like. Obviously, it's not the most perfect, but it is roughly what a Wi-Fi icon would look like. And if we do the same thing and create what's roughly a radio icon would look like, They are just randomly sized bars most of the time. So we want a mix of this. Okay, we want a mix of the Wi-Fi and the radio. So here is what I came up with. So it doesn't have to be very difficult to do this. We're just gonna have single line. Let's start and make that our focal point. Then let's actually duplicate this, make it a bit smaller, and make this a bit longer. Obviously, I don't want it to be rotated. Okay, then I want to duplicate this one more time, move it down a bit, and let's move it up. I want to do this the same way we did it here. Let's just duplicate it while flipping it horizontally. So now if we can take everything, okay, not quite like that. If we can space everything perfectly here, around 12 or 14 maybe, something like this, 13.74, roughly the same. Okay, around 14 distance. So in this case, we have something resembling the connection between these two. You might be wondering how, and I'm not going to go into the details so much since I'm not really focusing branding here and logo design. Just some basics here. So if we take something like this, you see that the smallest one occupies uh, the least space in the Wi-Fi here. Like if you take this, actually, let's just take this out. If you take this and put it above what we created here, you can see some sort of resemblance in the way it is shaped. The top arc has obviously been replicated, but it is replicated in terms of using sound waves. And obviously, there isn't as much space here, and that correlation comes down here. And also, this circle is all along, and it's the same thing with this line segment here. Uh, so obviously, hopefully, it is clear. You don't have to like get it fully. Just know that this will be our logo, and let's rename this wave line. Let's say wave line, and now doing that, what I want to do, I want to take all of them and I want to make them a bit smaller. That looks very nice. Just a bit more smaller, maybe. Okay, I really like that now. So from this point, I want to take these two and reduce their size even further. I think that's almost what we want. Just a bit more. Something like that. Okay, great. Also, let me just resize this maybe just a bit. Okay, very nice. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take this and Control G. This is going to be our logo for our primary logo. And we're going to take this and we're going to actually right click on it and outline stroke, the shortcut being Control Alt and O. What that does is it makes it completely resizable. So that's what we want here. Obviously, we don't really need the parentheses stroke on the name. Okay. Great. So now we have roughly our logo, but it is not complete since we also need our actual color scheme. Okay. Okay, so we need colors, right? So that's one part of branding. Obviously, we are almost done with the branding completely. We have the name, we have the identity, what the app is actually going to be. We have the logo, and now we just need to finish up with the colors and the fonts we're going to be using, which ties into some part of UI/UX design more closely. So the colors. I'm just going to create a new frame here. Call this colors, and let's drag out just a rectangle here. I'm going to make it 128 by around 256, something like this. And now we need our colors, right? So the way I'm thinking of it is I want there to be a higher level of correlation between our app and the actual app that is found on most Android phones, specifically Samsung phones, since Samsung is the most used Android phone on the market. So I want there to be some sort of similarity in the color scheme, which is dark, like a black color and red. So I want the same thing here because, like, if you're thinking of it in a marketing sort of idea here, you would think that you people don't really want to move off something they are used to. But if you are fixing just one thing, which is the actual Wi-Fi connectivity, then you want to create some coloration between like the UI and the identity of that app and the one you're creating, because you want people to have some familiarity between your app and the default radio app. I'm not going to bore you with the details here, but I just want to make it some shade of red here. Obviously, we don't want to go full red like this. And I'm going to give it some identity by just moving it a bit to the orange here. And I really like this orange, but I do want to decrease its saturation. Something like this. I really like this color. So if I save this, I have to make sure that it works on the darker background. Okay. Let's just have square out the background and something like this here. Okay, it does work, which is great. Now this is the black color we're going to be using, which is 111. So let's just duplicate that here. So we're just going to be dealing with the brand color in this case being the orange, and the black one is actually not the brand color but a supporting UI color. So it's very simple. Now we can just first we have to name this. Let's name it brand, or you can say orange or red. I'm gonna call it brand 500. 500 basically is the scale of lightness and darkness. 500 is in between, 100 being the darkest you could get, and 900 being like the lightest you can get. Okay, so you're gonna take this and let's just give it some styling here for the presentation. These are our colors. We're obviously going to be adding more when we are creating the app, but for now, this is our primary brand color. Now, also, what I want to do is I want to include it here. Okay, so I want to make this color fully. Now you can experiment with it. We can actually experiment with this a lot. Maybe try some gradients. If we can try gradient fade away, that looks very nice, but for now, just for simplicity's sake, I'm gonna stick with this. And maybe what I can do is I can go with a bit of a dark shade at the bottom, just to add some extra depth here, just a bit. Nothing really too outrageous, very simple. Okay, so now before we finish off, actually, we have everything almost. We just have to first set up our colors as variables here. I'm just going to set this up as logo garage for logo gradients, and it's going to be a color style, obviously, since gradients are most of the time color styles. But here I'm going to call this the white, and it's going to be a variable. Since it's not a actual gradients, it doesn't have to be a color style. We can just make it a variable, and I prefer that. So here finally, the orange color, I'm going to call it brand 500. Now obviously you can call white 900, but it doesn't make sense to me at this point. Like obviously white is 900 is the lightest color you could get, so it doesn't really make much sense to add 900 to it. If you want, you could do that. Now we can finish off with our fonts here, and this is going to be very simple. I want to use Inter. I want to use Inter because it is one of the most popular fonts. It is a font that works almost anywhere, and it's going to be easy for you to get because it's free, and it's actually on both Google Fonts and on Figma. So Inter, yeah, it's a very solid font. So as a beginner, if you're not sure which font to use Inter. So I'm just going to put this and like put it at a 64 size for now, just for presentation. You're not going to save anything here because it's just for presentational purposes. Then we're going to take this, put it in a frame, and there's going to be fonts. Obviously in the future, if we need it, we're going to be adding additional fonts, but at the moment, this is fine enough. Also, I want to take this and make this our black color. Obviously, black 100 will be the same. So I'm just going to call it black here. And this will be our white. So at this point, you can see that we are almost done. Actually, we are fully done with the branding. Next up, we could actually move into designing the actual website. But I'm just going to do one more thing. Here, I'm just going to create a 1920 by 1080 frame here, just for the thumbnail. You don't have to do this. I just prefer doing it this way, just because I want to keep my Figma files structured. So let's get it done here, and for this, I'm just going to putting the logo here. Actually, I'm going to create a variable from the logo, and I'm just going to copy it and paste it here. I'm going to size it up here around 400, and we can just censor it here. Okay, so hopefully my voice is audible. There's some noise outside, so this might not be the most audible thing. Hopefully it is though. So now we can just take this. Okay, let's just censor it. And we can right click and make it or set it as the thumbnail for our Figma file. And it would appear on the as a thumbnail here. Obviously it's not loading now, but it will. So if you like that, you can do that for your own Figma file. But for now, that's I think quite enough for today's video. If you have any questions, please put them down below in the the actual comments. So yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about in terms of the branding. Next time, I'm going to be actually going to more UI UX design focused elements. So thanks for watching, and catch you on the next time. Last time, we finished working on the brand identity design. This includes the logo, the brand color, and the primary brand font. So today we're going to be starting officially the UI UX design part of things. So I'm just going to create a new page here in Figma. I'm going to call this design. Then I'm going to create my first frame. Now, as you can see here, there are so many options we can take in which the dimensions will differ. So the phone is obviously what we want. Now, even for a phone, there are so many types of phone with so many different dimensions. We have iPhone 16, iPhone 16 Pro Max, Android, Android Medium, stuff like that. So we have so many options with their own different sizes. But what I like to do here in this case is that I like to choose what I would assume would be the mainstream phone, or the flagship phone of the most popular brand. So I think what most people would get here is either an iPhone 16 or 15, 14 Pro, stuff like that. So I'm just going to choose iPhone 16 just for simplicity's sake. But you could choose, like, it's not too big of a difference between the iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Pro. Uh, when you go iPhone 16 Pro Max, the difference becomes a little bigger, but it's just an incremental. So I think it's a good practice even for you if you can try to design for different dimensions just to see how they all work together. But we're going to be trying to make our design as responsive as possible so that when we resize our frame, it will resize with it. So we're going to be starting with an iPhone 16 as our base design frame here. And we're going to rename this up on the screen that we're going to be creating today. So today we're going to be starting the design by creating the loading and loading failed screens. So today we're going to be working on those two. So let's start from the loading screen. And you can, in web design, if you're familiar with that, we call these pages. Here we call these screens, right? So you can call them pages as well. I think that it works. But we're going to be sticking to screens here. We don't really have to name it screens, so we're fine there. Okay, before we start, let's actually work on the fill, right? So I'm gonna go with a 1-1. Let's actually go make the background a little bit lighter here. And this will be our fill. 1-1-1, 1-1-1. So this is an off black color. Obviously, you don't want to go full black because full black conveys an unnatural lighting and it doesn't feel good to look at. It feels like your screen is off or something like that. But if you go like a bit off black here, 1-1-1 is not the lightest color, it's very dark. If you go something like this, I think this will perform much better. Now since we've done this, I want to go back and I want to add this to our variables. I want to go here and I want to create a grade 100 here. We're going to call this a gray color since it's not quite black and it's not quite white. So I'm just going to call it gray and I'm going to call it 100, meaning the darkest gray we can find. So I'm just going to set this here. And obviously, let's go back to our branding here. And since this is the brand 500 or the orange color, we can just create a couple of new colors here. This will be the whites, and this will be whites. That's basically. Let's create another one. This will be the black. Again, let's call it black. And this would be the gray 100. And as always, gray 100 here. It's very good idea to rename your layers. It's something you would want to get in the habit of. So I really recommend you to always name your layers, even if it's a very small project. It will build muscle memory for you. So I think it's a very good habit to get into. So let's go from our brand color to the lightest color to the darkest color, which is full black here. And let's actually just move this down a bit here. So these are our current colors that we are using primarily. Obviously, as the design grows with it, the actual colors will grow as well. Now here the white is not really visible, so I'm just going to give it a black stroke here. And I think that's fine. So now we move on to the design. We move back to the design here, and I want to go here and I want to paste this part here. This is a UI kit. This is what a forward header would look like. Obviously, we would have to fix it up a bit here. Just drag it inwards. Change this to be more of a white color. And this will still be gray. Either I think it's works better if it's black here. Yeah, I think this works better if it's, or maybe we can make it just gray 100. I think maybe we can even remove it, the camera, since it's not like a primary part of this UI. So let's first of all, let's detach instance. You can get this from a UI kit. You can search on the Figma community Android UI kit, and the UI kit I used was this one, Android UI kit community here. You can see, and I copied it from there. Now, when this course is released on its fullest view, like a full, maybe 3 to 4 hour course, then I will be providing the actual Figma file in the description. So if you want that, you can just go to the Figma file, this Figma file, and just get it from there. But for now, we're just going to be sticking with this. And I'm just going to be making some changes to it. I'm just going to cut it here and go to UI kits here. And let's create a frame. Let's put this inside of the frame. And first of all, let's make this frame our brand color here. Let's give it a 64 by 64 padding. Okay, so this would be the status bar of the fort. Let's call this status bar. Actually, let's take this out. Let's call this work status bar. And I would like to right click and detach instance here. So we have the time and dates, and I have my own naming ideology in Figma. So I always separate with a slash, and everything is lowercase. So that's one thing that I like, because especially if you are a developer as well, you see the benefit of this when you take this and put it inside of a file, inside of a code like HTML or CSS, JavaScript. Names work better if they are lowercase and separated by hyphens. Uh, you don't need to know anything about this. Just this is my preferred naming convention. If you like your own, you could feel free just to try out your own methods and do whatever you like. So I'm gonna call this icons here. Let's actually take this, make it fill. Okay. We don't need the dates. Let's work here. Battery. Obviously, as we go down, I wanna detach instance. Detach instance, by the way, is Control Alt and B, and we don't need the camera here. And let's remove this as well. Control Alt B, detach instance. Call this battery. Actually, we don't even need a container frame for this. Okay, call this the battery here. Okay, so most of this stuff should be hot content. I'm just resetting. So the thing is, when you are working with an external resource, like for example, I'm taking this part from a UI kit. In this case, you don't really want to just drag and drop into your file and call it a day. You want to be able to change some stuff. You want to be able to make it fit into your actual project. So that's what I'm currently doing here. Uh, so I'm just going to ungroup this, and I'm just going to give it some spacing here, maybe like 6. And I want to make everything hot content. Great, that works perfectly here. So now I want to go here and make this a component since we're going to be reusing it multiple times. Let's copy it. Let's go back to our design, and here we can now paste it. Let's make it at the top left here and drag it out. So the reason we need this is because we don't actually have, when you see the dimensions, you see 852 pixels height, but you don't really have 852 pixels height. You have 852 minus 40, since there is always a status bar on the phone. So that's around 800 and, if this was 852, that is 812, I think, if I'm not mistaken on my math. So we could now continue without any additional changes here. Obviously, we have to make sure that everything is using our components and colors. You have to make your file as structured as possible, because when the file grows, you will not have a good time working on it, because it will be so massive and so cluttered. The frames would be frame 1, frame 2 instead of having a proper name, and it will be just annoying to work with. So it takes some time to always manage your files properly. So now we continue here with the actual design part. Uh, I thought we could work on the two pages or screens, the loading screen and the loading fail screen. But I think since we covered so many things today, we can just work on the loading screen. And next time we're going to be continuing with the error screen. So for the loading screen, it's interesting. I want to put some new assets into this file. I'm just going to create a new page called assets, and I'll have a folder open. This is for just gears, and these are some assets I just created in Illustrator. You don't have to know this if you are if you want to work in web design or mobile design, UI UX design. You might not need to know how to create assets and illustrations and stuff like that. It's a good knowledge to have. It's a good skill, but it's not like something that is required of you. So I'm just going to be leaving this here, and obviously as I said, at the end of this course will be I'll be giving you this design file fully for free. But until then, you can maybe use placeholders, or you can browse the Figma community, where you can find so many quality illustrations and assets. So for this, I want to ungroup it here first of all. So you can see everything is named properly. Okay, so I just want to ungroup some stuff here. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now what we want to do is we want to take these assets, and one by one we want to put them in place. So let's create a frame for them. Here I'm gonna name the frame illustrations. Okay, and they already have their name, so we can just take this, go to the fill, And actually I want to give it the fill of gray 100, since we are actually going to be using these illustrations in terms of the design. So as we want to simulate what it would look like here, obviously we are doing this all throughout instead, sorry, not instead, except in this part here, since this is the actual branding and nothing really changes here, and nothing really goes directly into the design, so no problem here. But for the rest of the design file, we're going to be using this convention. Now for this one now, let's actually change the colors. What I want here, actually before that, let's go 32 gap, 64 by 64. Okay, great. So this will be waves, and this will be simply the loading screen, uh, main illustration. It's just loading. Obviously, I'm going to show you how it works properly in the design files. But for now, just know it's for the loading screen here. And something like this, I don't want it to take too much space. Or maybe we could go full white if we actually want to show that the loading is in progress. So, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have two versions of this. But for now, I'm just going to make it the white version. And let's just set this here and make it a component. We're going to be working with these two next time, so I'm not going to make them components quite yet. I'm going to be making them and editing them in the next video. Okay, so now we have this. We can just copy this component and we can go back to the design and let's paste it here. Now let's take this and make it very small and just center it, right? So the way this works is this is going to be showing loading indicator. So it will be an animation where these lines get shorter and longer. So I hope it at least it seems familiar in the way it looks. If not, don't have to get the full idea. Just know that this is just for a loading indicator. Then if I just put this, some people might not get that the design is at its loading stage. So we're going to be doing that here by just adding some text. What text are we going to use? We're going to say loading. Please wait. Okay. So now we don't want this text to be standing out. Obviously some typography here. It's using Roboto for some reason, and we would want to change it up a bit. I think the reason it's using Roboto is because we are having it here. Okay, so we don't need that. Obviously, it could be Roboto, it's fine, but we don't need that in the design. And by the way, since we made some changes here, I want to right click and push changes to main component. That will apply the changes for all subsequent components here. So now I want to change this up a bit. Obviously, we said that intro is our primary font. Obviously, I'm going to go 0 letter spacing. Line height would be auto. And the size would be either 14 or 16 or 12. I'm going to go 14. It looks right here. It's not too big, it's not too small. And we don't want to be this visible. So I'm just going to decrease the visual hierarchy just a bit by giving it a darker grayish color. Obviously, I don't want to go so gray that it is not visible and it does not adhere to contrast laws, but I still want to make it contrasting enough for it to be readable while also not making it take too much of the user's eye space. So something like this here. So since we done this here into the design, we want to apply this into our branding, right? So I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to call this gray, and it's on the lighter side. So I'm just going to go around from the 500 base mark. I'm going to go a bit lighter into 600 or 700. I don't think it's quite dark to be called 600. I'm gonna go 700. Obviously, we talked about the name convention here, 100 meaning the darkest you could get, and 900 meaning the lightest you could get. So very nice here. We can just take this and let's apply it first, right? So let's go to the branding. And what I want to do here is, since we have a gray here, I want to duplicate this gray and I want to go into gray 700. I want to take these two, Shift A, just to put them inside of an auto layout. I'm going to call this frame here gray, and I'm going to make it side by side. So our grays would be on the same uh, horizontal line. So since we have this now, all that remains is to work on the typography. And let's create a component from this. The 14, I think, would be like a baseline font. So I'm just gonna call this uh, regular or base. I'm gonna call it base. Then I'm gonna go into the branding, and we have to create a new frame here. And instead of fonts, I'm gonna call this typography. Since it's not only the font family, but it's also the size, the letter spacing, and everything there. So I'm gonna call this the base, which is 14 pixels. Uh, the line height would be also, and the spacing would be 0 pixels, the letter spacing. And the actually, let's go here. The style here would be regular. So let's actually right click here and apply it here. So this means the name of this preset is base. It is 14 pixels. It does not have any styling like bold, italic. It is regular. It has auto line height and 0 pixel letter spacing. So that's the convention we are following for naming our typography here. Obviously, as the design grows, so will the typography, and we'll have so much more, I mean. Uh, but for now, this is very simple. Also, I'm not really liking this dark black stroke here. So I think maybe it's time we could have sort of a lighter color for this. Or for now, we could actually do without a stroke. I know it sounds like weird here. It looks weird, but it is obvious that there is some spacing here, and it is for the full white. And I just didn't want to use the black borders because it's confusing. We're not going to be using black as our border color, so we can just keep it like this for now. And maybe in the future we're going to edit it. So now let's go back to the design. We have everything ready. Let's just take these two elements here. We're going to take them and Shift A, group them into the main here, the main elements of this loading screen. So this is loading, please wait, it's just the text, and this is the illustration. So now let's center it. Okay, everything's centered here, and we want to center it as well. Now there are two ways you could go through by centering this. Either you could center it to the screen, or you can center it relative to the top of the actual mobile app and the bottom of the screen. What I mean here is, if you center it like this, it will take the top baseline as the screen's top baseline, and here the bottom one as the screen's bottom one. So, but what we want actually is to take this and make the top baseline the bottom of the status bar and the bottom baseline to be the bottom of the screen. So that means that we are having 40 pixels height here. So we want to do minus 14. Okay, let's just drag this up a bit here. So okay, something like this where it is equal on both sides. I'm holding Alt, by the way, since if you hold Alt, it will show you the spacing from different angles. So this is the proper spacing that we want here. 324 and 325. You can't get it perfectly sometimes, so we can just deal with this. Obviously center it, and this will be our loading page. Obviously we have talked about so many different concepts and design principles today, but we didn't really do much here if you look at this in terms of progression of the mobile app. But actually we learned so much just by creating this loading page, and next time we're going to be doing even more and learning even more. So yeah, I think that's all for today. Obviously, we worked on some branding, extra branding, this design, UI kits, and this should be our content, UI kits and assets here, and how to use external UI assets. So that's all for today. Obviously, if you have any questions, please feel free to write them down in the comments below. Again, that's quite enough for today, I think. We're going to be working on the ear page or the ear on screen next time. Yeah, so till next time, goodbye. This time, we're going to be continuing with designing the status screens. Last time, we finished designing the loading screen, which is very simple, minimal, but it gets the job done. Today, we're going to be continuing with the same idea of status screens, and we're going to be creating the error screen. Now, this video probably will be very short since we covered most of the stuff we need already in the last video. So let's just get into the error page or error screen and let's just design it. So I'm just going to duplicate this loading screen here. I'm just going to duplicate it. And most of the elements that we included in the loading screen should also apply to the error, right? So for example, we already set up the status bar for Android phones here up top. And that is something that will be consistent all throughout our design process, all of our screens and all of our pages. Also, we should be renaming this to error. And let's position it properly, then let's just continue. So we have two elements here, and these two elements are the ones that are going to be changing. Let's start from the easiest one, and it's the text, right? So the text would be very simple. Just going to call it error. Or we can just say something went wrong, or we could say instead actually could not retrieve or get channels. Channels here implying radio channels because this is a radio app. So yeah. Okay, great. So after that, we want to change this illustration. And if you remember last time, if we go to assets and we have these two sad faces, and obviously we discussed on how we have to change them up a bit. So let's actually do that. First of all, let's start from the face here. And the face should be, since we're on a darker background, I would want them to be visible enough. But since this is an error screen, I don't want them to have high visual hierarchy. So what we can do what the best method I know for this is to go to your background color. In this case, it is 111. And on Figma, the nice thing is by just selecting the hex value and going up or down on your keyboard, you can navigate different colors. So I'm going to be doing that, going up a bit here. Something like this maybe would work. Let's just go a little lighter. And now let's go over to the shadow. Here, 111 is the shadow. So we can go first to our base value here, which is 222 for the face, and the shadow is just a bit darker than that. So we're gonna go down something like this, which is very nice. Then the facial details, I want to go full white because it's the most visible. Then I want to just decrease it a bit, go into some sort of gray color here. Okay. Great. So these are the final outputs from our illustrations, right? So obviously we are using different colors in this case. So what we want to do is we want to take them and apply some variables to them. First of all, this would be not included in the base variables. Instead, it will be included under illustrations. So this is a lighter gray, for example. So we're going to call it gray, around 700, but it's going to be for illustrations. So we're going to do 2 hyphens, then illustration. Illustration. Or we can just say ILL, that's indicating illustrations. We're gonna go over here and we're gonna do the same thing for this one. I believe this is okay. Let's just return this here. Okay, so this is the shadow. So let's go apply gray around 200 or 300. Let's say 300. And it's going to be for illustrations. Now we don't need to include these illustrations in the branding here because it's not part of the brand. They are just simply colors we are using in creating our illustrations and assets and points of visual interest in general. So last one is this here. So we're going to go give it gray 200 ILL. Okay, great. So we have our illustrations set up. Now what we want to do is we want to go apply components here. Side face egg, this one, meaning side face for with an egg shape, you can see. And this is more rounded, more circular. It's not a perfect circle, by the way. So maybe we can say it's a sphere, but no problem. Like we can just call it side face circle. Now we can just copy these two, go back to design page here, and we can just paste them in. Let's get them inside here and let's set them up. So the way I want this to be is, first of all, I want to make them a bit smaller. Then I want to take them, make them face each other in terms of their rotation by just rotating them just a bit here. Okay, so something we have to notice here is the shadows. So if we take this part here as the light source, okay, if we take this part here as the light source, it works. But I'm assuming what most people would, okay, this is a bit cryptic and it's not really UI UX design, it's more graphics design. But it's generally, I think light sources are expected to be on the top left. So shadows are expected to be on the bottom right here because people see from left to right and there you don't want people to see the shadows first, but rather the main content. you don't really have to care too much about this. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to the assets here, and I'm going to select each of them, and I'm going to flip it horizontally. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Right, so I'm just going to go back now, and since these are components, okay, I draw, okay, so for some reason it does not apply. Okay, I think it's because we have already changed the rotation. If we just go here, reset instance here, reset instance, or let's just copy them again here. I think that's the best way of doing it. Let's take this, go back to the design. Let's take them, reduce their size. Let's take this one and this one. Let's make them face each other. And we have to do some changes here to get them right, including flipping this horizontally and doing something like this. Great. So maybe now the light source is up top here, and you can see the shadow is not the focal point of the illustration. That's not really something you have to worry about. Just know that when you are presenting an illustration, either in your web design or mobile design, you typically want the illustration to focus more on the detail than the shadow to be an afterthought. So you want to give the shadow a little bit less visual hierarchy. So in this case, we are doing that by making it at the back. So yeah, just something to think about. We're just gonna now be placing them correctly here in terms of each other. So now let's take these, get them a bit closer, and let's take them, right click, and you can group selection here, or the easiest way of doing it is selecting a Control G on your keyboard, Control G, and this will be the accent or illustration. So I'm just going to cut this here and go over here and just Control Shift R. And let's just fix some stuff here. Actually, let's do the same thing here. So I want to be centering it exactly. So now what we can do is, I think there is a bit more of space here for some reason, because obviously when you rotate your elements here, they have extra spaces. So I think the best way of doing it is to just maybe crop it out. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Let's take this and make it a frame selection. When you make a group of frame selection, you can easily just edit it without changing the inner element size and like proportions, right? So we can hold and drag this. You can go very deep to see the pixels here, and that's perfect. So having this now, we can actually just rename this illustrations. Let's actually go in here and ungroup it. Obviously we want to clip content, but it doesn't matter because it's not really outside of anything, and it doesn't need to be clipped, but if it gets outside, it will be clipped here. You can see. Okay, very nice. Now we have everything set up. We just need to center it, right? So center it, then make sure equal spacing all around. Something like this, yeah. Okay, so one thing remains actually. So one thing remains here, which is we need a button for it. obviously, if this is an error page, we don't want to just say there's an error. We want to say there's an error. Would you like to try again? Right? So, uh, in that case, for example, we want to just create a button here, and I'm just going to create a new page. I'm going to call this page components here. And let's create a button here in the design first. And this button will be called try again. Okay, so now we have the base font for it. Uh, and I want to add some extra visual hierarchy. So I'm just gonna go and make the base font semi-bold. And I'm just gonna create a new one here. I'm gonna call this base SM for base semi-bold. Obviously, since I've done that, I wanna go back to branding and I wanna go down and I wanna duplicate this. Obviously, put the top down here, base SM here, or base small. Actually, less large uplift here. Everything should be small. Base SM. This is 14 pixels, but the difference is it's being semi-bold. So now we can just apply it here. Great. Forget this here. Now, okay, we continue. Let's go back to the design and let's add some extra icons to make it more popping, right? So I'm want to go to my Figma files and I have this icon pack. It's called the XNIX icon pack. It's one of my favorite icon packs on Figma. And you can just search for it in the community. It's very popular and I really recommend it here. So for the whole project, we're going to be using icons from this icon pack. Now, I remember that there was an icon for refreshing. I don't remember where it was, but I do remember that there was one here. Okay. So we just want to go in and just state the icon. Here, we're just going to copy it, paste it here. Okay, so let's make it white for now. And Control Alt and O here to change it into a resizable vector. And this is going to be reset. And now, before we do anything here, I want to cut it, go to Assets, and create a new frame for this. And I'm going to call this frame icons. And just add some auto layouts. Prepare it 64 by 64. And let's position it correctly here. Wait, sorry, 2 pixels. And now we can just, let's go around 12 pixels here. And let's make it into a component. I just want to copy it from here, go back to design, and just paste it here. So now we want to take these two, and this is going to be our danger button, right? So, or reset button maybe. Let's call it reset button. So reset, we don't need to say button, we can just say BTN. And let's go smaller GAC, 8 pixels, center alignments. And we want to go in here and we want to give it some additional padding on the sides. I'm going to go on the sides 24 pixels and 12 pixels top and bottom here. And I'm just going to go give it a fill. Now here there are some elements to consider. Do we make the fill red to indicate an immediate action? Or do you want to make it a lighter gray of sorts to like not have too much of a visual hierarchy? So which route are we taking is the question. So obviously if we are in this situation, the best thing the user can do to make the app work is to retry, right? So it's gonna be red. So to maintain maximum visual hierarchy, I'm gonna go with our brand color. Okay. So most of the time, for ears you see red, or some colors closer to red. And I am considering it here. And you can just sometimes you can see how elements look by just changing the colors here around something like this, for example. It doesn't look bad. And if we could maybe go something like this or what? Some reason, okay, it says mixed for some unknown reason here. Let's just go. It says the black is the most visual hierarchy element, so white doesn't work here. So let's just select them and make them into a darker red here. Something like this. And I want like this to have rounded edges. I want this to be like the style of the design. Also, something we forgot is we don't want to make this 12 pixels. I'm gonna go around 8 pixels here. And maybe this is thinner than I want here. Let's just copy it again. We would have to Control Shift R, paste and replace here. Let's make some adjustments. I'm gonna go 2 pixels on the weight, or maybe even 2.5. So like that might be too much actually. Okay, let's go 2.25 or 2.125. Okay, let's go back to 2. That's fine. So let's go to 2, and this is gonna be resets icon. Control Alt O. Then let's just take this, make it a component, copy it, go back to the design, Control Shift R. Now let's take this from 16, let's decrease it to around 12 here works actually. So now we can take this and we can apply the regular red color here. So something like this, yeah. Now we want this to be rounded, so I'm just gonna go to the corner radius and we can apply a large number. What I would like to do is I want to go 999 for rounded corners. And we can actually just go here and set this as our full rounded, that means, right? So now we just created that, and this looks very nice. What we can do here is we can take this and cut it. Actually, is this visible? Yeah, it is. Okay, so obviously always check the contrast between the background and this element here. So let's just cut it, go to components, and let's call this BTNs. This frame will hold all of our buttons. So now let's go make this gray 100, paste it here. Obviously we want to make this a frame 32, 64 by 64. And we want to make this just hot content everywhere. Great, so now let's just take this, and we have 2 colors that we don't really have in our branding, so let's just do that. And these are our danger colors or red colors. You can call it whatever you want. To be specific, I'm going to say this is danger 500. And this is actually, it's not only for danger, it's also for many different purpose use cases. So I'm just gonna maybe change it up here. Let's go to variables. Let's go back to danger 500. Let's edit it. I'm gonna call it red. Red 500. Here, red 500, and this is the darkest red we can get, so red 100. Great, so now we have to go back to branding, and let's go here. Let's take these two, get them down to give this more of a space. Okay, now from this, we can call this, let's apply rate 500, 100, duplicate it, rate 100. Now let's take these two and put them side by side. Obviously, we said that the darkest should be at the start. So yeah, this will be our red colors. Now let's just put everything back where it belongs. Here around 32. So you can see how our branding guide is growing, both in terms of the font, the typography, and in terms of the colors. Great, so let's just continue here. Going back to components, I want to select this and I want to make it a frame, a component, right? So after this, let's just copy it, go back to design, and I want to paste it here. Now let's take this here, and instead of main, I'm going to name this content, and I'm going to take this. Now I'm going to group this into main. Let's get it down. Now you want to have spacing in terms of from the highest to the lowest connectivity, right? So, for example, these two are 24 pixels apart, these two elements, right? That's because they are more connected to each other than this is connected with this. So we want more space between elements that are less connected in purpose, in information, and in visual style. So let's go 32 actually, from 24, 32. So I always have this rule of using multiples of uh 4 and 6, right? So no, I think it's called the multiples of 8 rule. But there are some numbers that sneak in. So there are most of the time multiples of 4, 6, and 8. So for example, here we have 24 pixel gap, which is multiples of both 6, 4, and 8. Here we have 32 pixel gap, which is, I think, again, multiples of 8 and 4. I don't think it is multiples of 6. It's not, actually, it's not. So it is multiples of 4 and 8. So like it has to fit within that sphere. Most of the time you can do with just multiples of 6. But in this case, we're just adding some multiples of 4 as well. So hopefully that's clear, and we have our final design here. Let's just center it and make sure to have enough space on the top and bottom here, making everything consistent. Think this is perfect. Okay. So this will be our loading page and error page. Hopefully most of the stuff we covered here is very clear. Obviously, so far we haven't done too much. It's very, what you would call, it's a very small progress when you look at it. But yeah, but we have covered so many stuff here. And if you have any questions, please, again, as I always say, feel free to drop them down below in the comments. I know some stuff might not be the clearest thing, so I would love to take your questions for the next video. Yeah, that's all for today. And next time we should be starting to design the actual app UI, more of the technical part. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, thanks for watching. Till next time. Goodbye. Today we're going to be continuing working on this design, the UI UX part, by creating the home page or the home screen, which is the most important part of this whole application that we are designing for. I'm just going to be starting here by duplicating this screen, and let's just remove everything here except the status bar, because that is a common element that will be on all of our pages. And now we can start working on the home page here. Okay, so how do we start? The first thing we want to do is we want to have like a header. This header is supposed to have an identity and a navigational points, right? So the identity means basically our logo. So we can just go to assets here, creating this file, and under branding here, we can just take the logo, and we can either insert instance here, or we can just take it and drag and drop right here. Okay, let's go back to files. So this is a bit too big here. So I'm just going to take this and let's just decrease its height to around 36, maybe would work, or 32. Let's see, 32. I think that's that's a good size, I think. So I'm just eyeballing it here, and it appears to be a very nice size. Now, one thing to note here is we didn't have borders for how long our innermost content could extend. The reason for that is everything here is centered and there isn't really an overflowing point. So I didn't really see the point in creating a grid system to outline our left and right edge borders. But here, since there will be lots of content and not all the content will be centered, we will have to apply some grid layouts. I'm just going to create a layout grid and change it from grid to columns and change it from 5 to be 12. So we're going to be using a 12-point grid system, and we're going to be dragging the rulers here to the left edge here. Then we're going to be scrolling out, going to the right side, and again dragging one of our rulers there. Now we can just remove this. We can actually, what we can do here is we can take this, create a component, a layout grid component from this, and we're going to call it default or DEF. I'm going to create the style, and I think it's something worth having in our branding here. So I'm just going to create a frame here, which will be like around 500, 400, maybe by 400. And this will be our grid system. So let's just take it down here. Let's go 32 pixels difference, and we're going to be applying this default right here. Okay, let's go back to design now. And from here, we can just, okay, actually, it is worth it to have it there, but let's go back to branding, and let's change the default settings here to be visible currently. So since we don't really need it to be shown right now, but if we need it, we can obviously just go there and right click here and sorry, and just apply it here. Great. So obviously we have our good lines here, the space here, so we're fine in that mark. So let's just continue. Now I'm going to take this logo here and place it on the left side. And now we need something for the right side. Now here we can go back to the XNX icon pack, which we discussed about previously. This will be the icon pack I'm going to be using for the whole of this course. You can find it for free on the Figma community, so just go ahead and grab it from there. Or if you're watching this while the full course has came out, there should be a link to the Figma file for this Figma file, so you can just take the icons from there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, the vector itself, I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go to assets. We have icons here, so we're just going to be doing the same thing. I'm going to paste it here, Control Alt O, so outline stroke, and I'm going to call this the menu, the hamburger menu, but it is still a menu. So I'm just going to make the height 16 pixels, and I'm going to make it our default white color. Okay, great. So now we can just take this, make it a component, copy it, and let's go back to the design here and just paste it here. Okay, so around 16 pixels works fine, I think. It looks good. The only thing we're going to be doing here is we're going to be taking this, putting it inside of a frame. This frame would be something like the same size as this one, so maybe a bit bigger. So it's just going to be having 40 by 40. And no gap at all, no padding at all, and just central lined. Then we're going to be having a fill here, and this fill would be basically some sort of color, which is of this dark one. So the easiest way, as I showed you before, is just to go to the background color. This is 111. So, or you could just use the eyedropper tool. Then you could go from there up a bit here. So 1A seems to be light enough. If we look at it in this perspective, maybe go 1 minute, one up, so 1B here. Then I think this is very nice. So I'm going to go from this. This will be our gray. Around 300, I would say. Then let's go back to branding. And we already have two gray colors here. I'm just going to duplicate this one. So it is gray 100, gray 700, which we didn't name here. Gray 700, then gray 300. So let's just take the 300, put it here, and apply the color. So you can see we're going from the darkest to the lightest. So now we can go back to the design. And we already have applied it here. So now I'm going to take this and I'm going to apply the full here, since we already had this full corner radius. And actually we should be applying the corner radius to the branding. Now I'm not actually going to be including the grid here. I don't see the points. I think the best way of doing it would have been to just have some illustrations to show how the grid works on a 12-point system. But we don't really need that, and there's no need to complicate things. So I'm just going to use this instead for the corner radiuses. Corner, right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag out a square here, or a rectangle. Actually it's just the square, 64 by 64. Let's go 32 gap, 64 by 64 here, central top left actually alignment here. And we could call this full, and we can just apply let's let it be the brand color, and we can just apply for the corner radius the full here. So we are creating a very nice branding system here. So now we can just go back to the design parts, and we already have applied it here. Here you can see the variable. So now let's just drag this to be aligned properly. So now we will call this our menu toggle. So this will be our toggle BTN. Also, I think we should go to the assets here and call this the reset icon, and call this the menu icon. Now let's go back to design. Let's group them into an auto layout frame. I'm gonna call it the nav bar or the header. Let's just call it the nav bar, and let's just give it an auto gap. And everything seems correct here, except let's just center line this. And we can just copy it, go to components, let's duplicate this, and we're gonna call the new frame nav bar. And I think it's better if we align it properly. Then Control Shift R here. And let's make it a component. Copy it. Let's go back to the design. Control Shift R. So now we have our navbar here. Now notice that we should be applying some more prototyping here to make this toggle work. We need to show our navigation for this, and there are some more prototyping that we should be doing. For example, this button here should have some hovering, actually not hovering, but pressing animation. So we're going to be dealing with that in the next video, where we're going to be taking the home page and this uh, button here for the error page, and we're going to be creating some cool interactions from it. But for now, I think this is high enough. Let's actually just take the home page down. Now let's continue. So since we are now done with the navbar, we could officially get into the actual core home page design. And I'm going to start from creating a header, a headline, tagline. So I'm going to call it "Listen to what you want." And let's make this enter here, our default font. It should be letter spacing of 0 pixels. For now, we might change it. Also line heights. Let's make this semi-bold. And let's make it a bit bigger now. 64 a bit too big. 32 maybe. 32 might work. Maybe just a bit bigger here, 48. Or 40. Okay, something like this. Then we can drag this in here. Okay, let's just drag this in like this. And this will be our headline here. Let's just see how it looks, and it looks quite nice. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to create a font style or text style for it. I'm going to name it a bit large, I would say. So above the base, I'm going to call it extra large, semi-bold. Actually, it should be SB, not SM. So let's actually fix that here. I'm going to go to the branding. And first of all, I would have to apply this. Instead of SM, going to be SB for semi-bold. And we should be changing this. Edit style, then SB. Then let's duplicate this. Let's make this XL. So this will be XL, SB. Should be 40 pixels here. And nothing else should have changed. Now let's change this overlap here. Let's fix it. Great, so we are building our design properly here, and we already have our text style imported. So now let's continue with creating the next part, which is arguably the difficult part of this home section, which is going to be the actual selection part. So the selection is, there are so many radio stations, obviously, on different frequencies and different countries, lines, like. So we should create an intuitive selection UI that will be easy to use, but will look good. So let's see how we can do it. First of all, there are two choices that the user should make. The first choice is the country. What country's radio system or what country's radio channels is the user wanting to listen to? So let's just start here. Since I'm based in Ethiopia, I'm just going to say Ethiopia for here. Here, you can say whatever you like. You can say UK, India, you can say Nigeria, whatever you want. So I'm just gonna, for now, I'm just gonna say Ethiopia. And we're just gonna select this, and this should be smaller. So I'm just gonna go with the base font here. And also, since this will be a drop down, obviously we're not gonna be creating the drop down today, but rather in the next video where we are working on prototyping. But since this is a drop down, we want to have an indicator. I'm going to go here to the arrow section, and I'm going to take this vector here. Let me just copy it, go back to assets here, and just paste it in. Control Alt O, obviously. Then let's give it a white fill. Let's make it 16 pixels. Let's make it into a component. Actually, first let's rename this down arrow icon components. Then copy it here. Let's go back to the design and just paste it here. So now it is too big. So what we want to do is we want to decrease the size to around 8 pixels. And since we outlined the stroke, it shouldn't change how it looks. So let's actually decrease it to 6 pixels. That looks much better. I'm going to select both of them, then group them to a frame. I'm going to call this drop down. So drop down. So for this drop down, first of all, I want to have some padding, around 16 by 16 padding, with a gap of around 48, since we want there to be enough space. Then let's give this our full corner radius. Then we will finish by giving it our gray background here, which was, I believe, gray 300. And I think this is a bit too big. So let's actually decrease the padding to be 12 by 12. And this should be 40. Okay, I think this is a good size for a drop down here. One thing I want to do is I want to change the padding on the sides to be 16. Just because when you have a pill container, it creates the illusion that there isn't as much space on the sides because of this huge chunk of space that is being cut out. So it creates that illusion. If we have it 12 by 12, creates that illusion that there isn't enough space at the sides. So we want to increase the side space or the side padding, inline padding as it's sometimes called. So we want to increase it just a bit here. Now what I want to do is I want to take this, I want to cut it out, go to components, let's duplicate this, bring it down here. And this will be for the drop down here. Let's spell it correctly, drop down. And I'm just going to Ctrl+Shift+R, paste and replace here. And we don't want to have Ethiopia here. Instead, we want to have some other text, like item. So now we want to take this, make it into a component. We want to take it by copying it, go here, and I want to paste it in. And now let's just change the name to be Ethiopia. And we are ready here. Let's just bring in the actual grid lines to position it perfectly, and I'm just going to position it at the side here. Great. Then I want to bring in the next part here, which will be the AM to FM selection, which is a very important part again because different countries and different areas have different frequencies. in which they use. So maybe some people are not as familiar with AM and are more familiar with FM, and other people are more familiar with AM instead of FM. So let's continue. It's not going to be difficult. It's going to be very simple here. So let's just create FM here or one selection. Actually, let's start by creating the component. So this will be selection A. Actually, let's just call it A here. And this will be selection B. And let's start by giving them some spacing here. This will be one selection. Let's give it around 12 by 12 pixel gap, or yeah, I think something like this, and no gap. Then let's give it some sizing. It should be hot content by hot content here, central aligned, and let's give it our full corner radius. Then let's remove B. Then let's duplicate this one and call this B. Now I want to give this a fill of, I'm not sure, some color. Maybe let's make this the brand color to indicate that it is the selected one. And let's now give this another brand color. This brand color should be a different one here. So this color should be from the gray 300, which is what we were using previously. And from this, I want to go a bit lighter here. Okay, let's go back. Let's select this. Let's go a bit lighter. Okay, something like this. Now we can take both of them here, and this will be a selection here. Selection. So it should have pretty minimal spacing, 8 pixels. Then I'm gonna go with the same thing we did here. The padding 16 by 12. What I want to do is I want to have them both to be at the same height. So since this is the baseline, I'm going to make it around 42 just to even it out. And I'm going to use 42 here as well. Now, since we said that, I want to take these two and I want to make their height fill container. And I want to decrease their padding actually. I want to have a padding of 8 pixels by 8 pixels. Actually make it even smaller. I want to have 4 pixels by 4 pixels. Then I want to have a full corner radius here. Finally, let's give it the gray 300 background color. And we are left with this sort of very nice design here. Obviously, we don't want to have a greater gap than there is padding. We'll be having 4 pixels maybe, or I think that's quite nice. If I want to go 4 pixel gap, I want to increase the padding just a bit. So we are left with something like this. So I want to now cut this out. Let's just cut it, Control X. Go to the components here. I want to duplicate this one. Let's bring it down. This will be a selection. And you see how our design is building up with so many elements like drop down selections. It's coming up quite nicely here. And let's make it a component here. Before continuing on, let's actually position everything correctly. Okay, great. So now I want to copy this, go back to the design, paste it here. And here, I want to have this be FM and this will be AM. The reason this FM is currently have the more visible high visual hierarchy background color, which is the brand color, is because it is the current selection. That means at initial load, the FM would be the selected transition channel. So yeah, great. So now I want to position this right here. and I want to take these two, Shift A, and I want to have this to be uh some picking information or filter. Let's call it the filter. Should be also again here, which is perfect. Let's make sure it is aligned to the grid lines, central line, obviously. And this is where we are currently. So I think that's quite enough for today. I don't want to overload you on one part or one video. So we're going to be continuing with the rest of the homepage next time. Um, Obviously, if you have any questions regarding what we did today, please feel free to ask them down below in the comments. Obviously, there isn't a perfect spacing here. We're going to be working on the spacing next time. What I want to do is I want to have 16 gap in between the starting point of the application and this navbar. So around something like this here. Or what we can do is we can just take it here and make it 0. And we can go to components, give it a 16 padding uh, gap here. So, okay, so we can, something happened here. Okay, no, so we don't want a selection. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to design, and this is where we are. We're going to be working on the rest of the design next time. On the rest of the homepage, I mean. Thanks for watching today's episode. If you have any questions, drop them down below in the comments, and I'll try to answer them to the best of my abilities. We're going to be continuing with the homepage, home screen actually, next time by building many different complicated and very informational elements. So, yeah, thanks for watching. See you on the next time. Today, we're going to continue working on the home screen. Now, last time we have finished with the navbar, some headline here, and a filter for selection of different channels. Now today, before we start, I want to make some changes. Looking at this, it seems a bit too large. So what I want to do is I want to decrease its size just a bit. And the way I'm going to do it is first, let's go over here, and you can see like I can't resize them because they are components. But if I make fill the container in which they are in here, and I can give them another container. So instead of the menu toggle container, I can take this, and I think I can Shift A perhaps, or we can just click F on the keyboard, drag out a frame here, and make this menu icon container, and just take it and put it right here. Or actually, there's a better way of doing it. We can just right click and reset instance just to return it the way it was. We are going to go to the components here, and I think we can edit it. Yeah, here we can do our edits properly. So I'm going to make the height 24 for that, and I'll decrease the height to 12 here, and the height here to around 36. And I think that will result in a better, yeah, the size here is much better, and it doesn't take as much space as it used to. That's great. So we have now the filter, the headline, and the navbar. What I want to continue working on is with the actual selection here, the actual frequency selection, in which we actually uh, see the different channels and see the different channels in between the main points. For example, if we are selecting the channel 101.1, then we want to see channels between 101 and 102. So let's just get into it. I'm going to start by just creating some lines here, indicating a certain frequency. I'm going to create just a line here, and I want to make it around 64 pixels on its height. Obviously now you can't really see it. So let's do a couple of things here. First of all, I wanna make this a bit thicker. Let's do 8. Then let's give it a gray 700 maybe. Or actually let's go with gray 300, which is barely visible, so I don't really want that. I think we need a new gray color here. So I'm just gonna go something like this here, around here. That looks great, so it's not too visible. Obviously, if we see the contrast checking here, it doesn't really stand out. Let's just make it a bit more visible here. So something around here, I think would work nicely. So I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna add a new one, and this will be between the gray 300 uh in the 700, so it's around gray 400, I would say. So since we have done that here, let's just call this frequency. Let's go back to the components here. Actually, not components, we actually want to go back to brands. And here, let's just duplicate the gray 300 and let's rename this to be the gray 400. And since we've done that, we can also apply it here. So you can see it's going from the darkest to the lightest. Now let's go back to the design here. So obviously what we want to do, and we want to take the endpoints and make them rounded just to fit the overall style of our design, of our brand. Now what I want to do is I want to have 10 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so these are different frequencies. Now the first one should be a standard frequency, like a point in the frequency where we're getting into a new range. For example, this might be 101 and this might be 102. So what I want to do is I want to increase the size here to around 96 pixels. And obviously I want to take this up here. I'm going to align it perfectly later. So here we will have this. So it's 101, 101.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Then on the 0.5, we want to increase this just a bit here, around 76 maybe. 76 or 81, let's go, because it's a multiple. It's a good multiple of 3, I think, to put in between. Something like this. So 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Then we need one more. And this should be 96. So this is how our range will look. So let's just take everything and Shift A, put them inside of an auto layout. Let's give it 24 pixel gap in between. Then let's actually work on the main frequency ranges here. So you can see that if we first let's name these frequencies. If we just get inside of here and just start typing something, here let's say 101. Then I want to make this 101 a bit smaller, so I'm going to go with 12 pixels, and everything else will be regular. So let's create a new style for this. This is going to be small. So actually, if we do that, we have to go back to the branding, go down and add one more here, and let's apply the small for it. Now we're just going to change this 14 to 12 and this base to small. Okay, great. So now what we have to do is just take this and properly align it. Let's go back to the design here. So since we have this, we're gonna align it with the first one, the main point. So let's just take these two, Shift A, and I just want to say uh, this would be the point, main point. Okay, then what I want to do here is I want to align them vertically around 16 pixel gap, not even 16, I would say 8. Then I will want a central line. Then let's actually put this on top here. Now, what we are left with is this extra space that we don't really want. So what we want to do is we want to take this and we want to drag it in until it's perfectly aligned here, just like this. So the height would be our content, but the actual width would be 8 pixels since the rest of the bars are also 8 pixels. So what we want to do is I want to copy this and Control Shift R here. Do the same thing with this one and just change this one to 202. So now we have sort of uh, like a standard to follow. So what we can do here is we can first, let's take it out. Let's actually cut it. Let's go to component and I want to go create a new frame for this. Frequencies. Hopefully I'm spelling this right. Frequencies. Okay. Then let's just Control Shift R. I want to start from some points, maybe like 900, 100. Let's do 99. Actually, let's do 100. Let's go to 101. And how do we add additionals? So it's very simple. First, we take the first 4, duplicate it, and move it to the left. Duplicate the midpoint, and again, take it to the left. Then take these again and duplicate them. Take them to the left. Finally, we want to take the main point, duplicate it, take to the end. So now we have 102. And I think for now this is enough. We don't really need anything more. We don't really need to go to 99, 103. This is quite enough. So I want to just make this a component. And I want to focus here actually before anything. So we are going to be working with a frequency, just test it out. We are going to be using the frequency 101.1. So let's just go here. Actually, let's go somewhere around here. Just make it easier to work with. So this is 101.1, 0.2, and 0.3. So for this one, I want to give it the red color. This just means that it is the current selection, right? So since this is the current selection, I think it would be nice to just give it an indication. So let's just copy this and Control Shift R here. And let's go here and return this to be 64. And this should be 101.1. Sorry, 0.3. And this one should be our, that's red actually, our brand color, brand 500. Okay, since we have done this, I want to just add one thing, and it's just changing the color of the text to be the gray 700. We don't want to be super high visual hierarchy. So now that we have this, we can just copy it. Actually, I want to go here first of all and just change it from main points to selected. Let's copy this and go back to design. And let's drag it down here. Okay, so what we want to do, what we want to make sure of is that the 101.3 is, even though if it's not at the center, we want to make it close to it. So I want to go with something like this here. Something like this. And I want to take the edges here. Okay, here I don't think I can resize that here. Okay, so the max height widget could get is 365. So I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna make this 365. Something like this. Okay, let's just return it the way it was actually. I have an idea to make this work better. Okay. We can actually just put this inside of another frame. Here, we're gonna call this frame frequencies container. Now we're just gonna take the frequencies and put it inside of the frame. Now this should be 365. Let's center it. And you can see it is bounded perfectly to the center. Now then we can get into it and just do whatever we want here. And also we just want to go here and unclip the content here so that it can overflow. So what's the point of doing this, you might ask? And it is simply to when we later use this as an auto layout, we want to be able to center it vertically, and if it is overflowing, it will not be centered relative to the screen, but relative to the width of this container. So hopefully that makes sense. Now we can just go here, take the 119 height here and just paste it here. Just like this. Okay, great. Good progress here. Now that we have our selector, frequency selector. So what's next? Obviously, we want to have an indicator of the selected frequencies, right? So the way we're going to do this is let's take this down and let's write the selected frequency 101.3. And let's just make this a bit bigger here. Also, it should be semi-bold. And let's make it around 64 maybe. 96. 96, I think, works pretty nice. So also I want to make the line height 100%. And I want to decrease the letter spacing by 2 pixels. And I think this is what we want. Maybe 96 a bit too much. Maybe I would want to go to around 93 or 80, 80 something, maybe 84. 84 I think works much better. Okay, let's continue. So since we have this will be the current selection, and obviously we want to make this into our variables or text styles. I want to apply this to be, this should be around 3 extra large or 4 extra large. Let's say 4 extra large. Since extra large is actually 40 pixels, so extra large would be around 64, then 84. Okay, so it's going to be 3XL here, and it's going to be semi-bold. Also, it should be full or full, yeah, it should be full and condensed. Okay. So the full indicates that its line height is 100%. Since larger texts tend to have too much line height, so we want to decrease that. And the condensed is that it is letter spacing has been decreased by 2 pixels. And I like to do that because I don't want larger text to have too much of space horizontally. I want to better utilize my spacing. So let's just go back to the branding and let's just duplicate this. And this should be 3XL, semi-bold, 84 pixels. Again, 84 pixels is a multiple of both 3 and 6. It's actually the main point is that it's a multiple of 6. Here, okay, here, yeah. Let's continue. Instead of also should be 100%, and instead of 0 pixels, it should be -2 pixels. And since there is a slash here, I really don't want to confuse this, so I'm just going to put it in parentheses. Then let's actually just apply it here, and let's move this down. Great. Great. So you can see how our branding is growing as we create our app, and you will get at the point where you don't have to add any more. It will be just you have everything you need. You can just pick out what you want. But for now, we'll add a little bit more. So let's continue. And as we continue, we'll just need to add 2 elements to this header selection, right? So the first one is the frequency. Like we want to say it's 103.101.3, and we want to say it's in megahertz. And we want to actually take this, and I'm going to use the base here, just the base one. Maybe the base is a bit too small. Let's go in here and add 24 or 32. I want to go to 24. Oh, yeah, 24 seems nice. And let's add the gray color since it's not really something of huge importance. And I want to add this style to be just medium. Yeah, medium, just medium. So we will just go back to branding once more. And let's add the mediums here, right? So the medium would be in between around, where is it? Okay, it's in between the base and the extra large. So I'm just going to duplicate the base. This should be 24 media. And it should not be semi-bold, rather should be regular. It should be auto in 0 pixels. So let's just apply it here. Great. You can see how we are creating our styles here based on size. So we are ordering it from the largest to the smallest, as you can see here. Now let's go back to design. And let's continue here. Now we have to add a favorite call to action. That means we want the user to take this channel and put it into his favorites or her favorites. So we want to, I think there is a star here somewhere. I'm not sure where it was. Around here. Yeah. Okay. So we're just going to take this star here. We're just going to copy it, bring it over here. Actually, before that, we have to go over here, take it into the icons. Let's make it white. And yeah, let's first Control Alt O. Let's actually take this out of the container, and this should be the star icon. Also, let's make the height 16 pixels. And I think that's all the changes we need for it currently. I think though I forgot something before making it into a stroke. I wanted to okay, yeah. I think around this point, yeah, let's get it out. Star icon. It should have a weight of 2. Just make it a bit thicker, I think, just to fit the overall design style. So let's actually just Control Alt O here, and let's remove the in brackets stroke here. And yeah, let's just create a component from it. Now we can just copy it and go back to design. We can just come here and paste it. Now what we can do from this point is we can actually just take this and Shift A, put it inside of a frame here, and the frame should have a constant placing here. Okay, first let's go in here and just decrease the height to be 12, and let's make sure that it is centered all around, and it is to be 32 by 32 pixels. And let's give this our full roundedness here. And finally, we will be applying the gray 300 background color. So this will be our favoriting favorites CTA, a button to make the channel favorites. Also, let's decrease this a bit here, just to around 28 or 29. Maybe 29 doesn't work actually. So let's do 24 here, which works pretty nicely. Okay. Obviously, we will go back and work on all of these components. Like, we need to make this drop down work. We need to give this a state in which it is obvious that it is selected. So there are so many things we're going to do in the next couple of videos here. For now, I want to increase this to around 27 here, which works better. Just making it larger. Let's continue. This will be favorites CTA. And let's take these two. I want to put them in an auto layout, auto gap here. And this would be extras, the extras for this one. Since we're going to group it here, this whole frame would be the indicator for selection indicator. So let's just apply it and let's create a gap of around 12 pixels or 8 pixels. I think 8 pixels, is we don't really want too much space in between here. We can actually just decrease it even to 6. And this should have a height of fill container. Okay, so it's not aligning perfectly here just because there is an additional space here from this text, and I want to just take it and decrease the space manually. Something like this. Now I want to do the same thing here. Okay, great. So now it is aligned perfectly here, as you can see. Sometimes Figma gives letters more of a space just to give it more space to breathe, but it doesn't work always. So yeah, this time we had to just cut it out, part of it. Okay, but it's fine. Let's just continue here. Let's just place it perfectly, and okay, great. So now that we are done with this, only one thing remains, and that is the buttons to play, pause, and go back one channel, go in front another channel. So we have to work on those buttons here. So let's start by getting the play, stop, forward, those buttons, right? So where do we get them? I think there is a frame containing them around here. I can't remember where I saw it. Yeah, here. Okay. So let's just take this picture and go to the components. No, actually the assets. First of all, though, I think we should go back to design, and this one should be a component. So let's just make this into a component. Let's create a component, cut it, component. This can be selection indicator. Okay, then for this one, I think what we have to do, Control Shift R, and we have this right here. So let's just place it perfectly And you'll see the use of components, right? When we actually start working on prototyping, you'll say like, think we have these components. So for now, it might seem overkill, but just bear with me here and you'll see the use and how important they are. Okay, so from this, we can now go back to assets here. Just copy the vector here and just paste it in. Should have white stroke here. And it should actually be filled. It should not be outlined. Now, most of the time, what you want to do is you want to have if you are working on an outlined context, like if your icons are outlined, you always want them to be outlined. But if they are filled, you always want them to be filled. So here there will be a clash. But there is a good reason for that. That being, this is actually just states of being outlined. It is not actually fully outlined here. Like when the user clicks on the button, let me show you. When the user clicks on this button, that will be changed to a filled icon. So that's the reason. Okay. So this is not constant, is the main point here. So now let's take this vector and let's call it play icon. Obviously, we want to remove the stroke and give it a fill. Then let's create a component out of it. Let's make this 16 pixels height. And now let's take these two. Let's paste them here. This will be, first of all, let's take both of them and Control Alt O. No, before that, let's take this and change it to be filled. Let's do the same thing for this one, where we change this to be filled. Great. So let's actually take both of them here, Control Alt O. Great, good progress here. This is going to be forward icon. And this will be just a line. Let's call this a line. This will be play. This should also be, actually, this indicates back, and this indicates play, and this indicates front, right? Forward, front. Backward icon. So if you want to take these and just change the color to be white for both of them. Great, so now what we want to do is you want to take this, make it into a component, and take this as well, make it into a component. Great, so now we have the 3 icons we will need to actually create our buttons. So let's start from this. I just want to copy it. I'm going to go back to components here. Actually, I'm just going to go to design. Okay, so from this point, it's very simple. We just want to put this inside of a frame. This frame would be called the play frame, play CTA. And this should be pretty big. I want to make it pretty big. So 96 by 96. I want to censor it. I don't want there to be any gaps nor there to be paddings. I want to give it the brand background color. Then give it the full fill color. Okay, then what I want to do finally is I want to increase the size to be 24. So let's actually cut this from here. Let's go back to components. Let's just duplicate this. Control Shift R. Let's just position it here correctly. Great, so let's make this into a component and copy it, go back to design, we can now paste it here. And now we can just duplicate this above types, two types. Let's actually just detach instance here because we want to create a new, this will be backward CTA, and this will be forward CTA, forward CTA. Okay, great. So since we have these two, the backward and forward, we actually want to make some changes. The first change being that we want their background to be actually gray 300. And is it gray 300 or 300? Probably, yeah. Okay. The next thing to be actually what I want to do is I want to go to variables. Here you can see the power variables. I want to go to gray 300, and I think it is too dark here and it's not visible enough. So I want to select this. I want to change it. I'm going to go here and I want to increase it just a bit. So around 22. And you can see how it applied everywhere. And now everything is much more visible. And it's very much a better UI UX principle here, visuals. Okay, great. So that's the power of variables. Now we continue. Obviously now what we have to do is we want to go to the assets. Let's take this forward icon. Let's go back to design here. And okay, actually this one should be forward here. Control Shift R. And the height should be changed to 16, actually 24. Let's go back to assets again. By the way, these two should have a height of 16 from here. But let's take this one and just go back. Control Shift R. Then let's like this. Actually, we changed it, I think. No problem. We could just shift it here. It should be like this. And this is the forward icon. Did the name change as well? Yeah, I think. This should be forward. This should be backward. Great. So we have these CTS, but we want to make them variables. Actually, components here. Let's go to components. Let's duplicate it twice. Control Shift R. Let's cut this. Control Shift R here. This should be play CTA. Forward CTA. And backward CTA. Now we want to just take this. Sorry, 2 pixels. Do the same thing for here. Okay. So you want to make this into a component. And we also want to make this into a component. You can see how our components are growing here. And now we want to just copy this and go back to design. Paste this here. Now let's go to components once more. Copy this, go back to design. Paste it here. Now we want to make this bigger. The way we want to make this bigger here is we want to select everything here, Shift A, and these be controls actually. Controls. And we want to have just about 16 pixels gap. I think just 8 pixels gap actually. Then we want to take this and we want to have it filling the width of the container. Then let's actually select all of these guys here, and the height should be actually we want to make them locking the aspect ratio. Then we want to fill their height, their width. So now you can see their width is filled, and since it is locked here to 1:1 aspect ratio, their height would also change to accommodate. Great. So I think now we are completely done with our elements. We just have to lay them out properly. Now we're gonna go here first I think around 24 pixel would have been great, but I think since there is actually, first let's go back to components here. Let's go back to components and let's go to the navbar. And I don't want there to be any spacing or padding on the bottom here. Let's just select all of them. Let's just stick it up here. Great. Now here, okay. Here let's go and give this 24 pixel spacing here, which is perfect. And what we want to select here is we want to select, I think these three. First of all, we need to, yeah, let's select these three, and this should be around 64 pixel or 48 pixel gap. Okay, then we're gonna make this selection, and this will be controls. And as we group everything here, we're gonna call this the main part. And since this is 48, we have to make this bigger. Let's go 64. And from this, let's go 24, just to have equal spacing. I think we can go 32 here. And from this, 32 as well. Okay, also I think this is a bit cluttered here, so let's go 64. And here, let's go 96. So at the end, I think if everything is laid out properly here on the nav bar, from the status bar first, nav bar, headline, main. Okay, so in this case, I think we are ready here, and this is our final design for the homepage. I really like the way it turned out. If you have any questions, as always, drop them down below in the comments. I'll try to answer them to the best of my capabilities. This was probably one of the hardest parts of this whole course. I think next we're going to be moving into some easier parts, like going to the components and just making all of them interactable. Not all of them. Just we need a hover effect. We need the navbar to be functional. Uh, yeah, it will. Maybe we'll spend a couple of videos doing that. Then we're gonna move on to the next screen. Actually, I think the best way of doing this will be to move on to the next screen, which will be the favorites, since we already have it here. And from there, we would just move on to the splash screens, the three splash screens, and an extra one to get started here. Yeah, so some common things in mobile app design. Then we're going to go back into the components and do some prototyping, animating. Then we're going to be finishing the course. Okay, thanks for watching. I think that's quite enough for today. Yeah, meet you in the next time. So last time we finished designing the home screen, as you can see right here, fully completed. Today we're going to be moving to the second screen and the final screen that we're going to be creating. Final screen in terms of usable UI, which will be the favorites. As you can see here, we have a way of favoriting some radio channels. So this new screen would be dedicated to compile all of those favorites into one place. So before we start, let me just duplicate this home screen. Now we're going to be naming it favorites, if I spelled it correctly, hopefully. Now moving from that, some elements will be having the same sort of layouts, right? So we're going to be obviously starting from We're gonna be obviously starting from the status bar. As you can see here, every phone has a status bar, so that's something constant. They're gonna be moving down to the nav bar. Then we're gonna be moving down again to a header. But here we're gonna be having to change a part of the header. Instead of saying listen to what you want, uh, we want to say maybe listen to your favorites, something like this. So just a small change. Okay, so I think I misspelled it right here as well. Just a small change in terms of having uh, your favorites instead of what you want. But I think you need for almost all screens, you need something that will make the user know where they are. Like, for example, here we're on the home screen here. So you can see that it is home indicated by the header. Then when you go to the favorite screen, the header indicates that you are on the favorites, right? So very simple, but it's something that provides lots of good UI principles. Next up, we are moving to this part. Actually, before we do that, let's actually include something. So say we have 5 favorite channels, right? So we're gonna say 5 in here. Or we could want to say 5 channels, right? So now you can see it's taking too much of the space, and I don't want that to be the case. What I instead want that is for this to be a superscript and just some additional information. So I'm gonna go and make it 14. Actually, I think it's better if it is small, so 12. Uh, is it? Okay, let's just go with 14 for now as the base. And maybe in the future we'll change it up. Uh, saying that here, maybe we should we need a way of making this a superscript. But first, let's actually just change the color to gray 700. Right. So, yeah, I don't think Figma has something built in to make this a superscript. Maybe if we increase the line height or decrease it. Okay, I don't think Figma has something to make that work. Okay, yeah. So I think we can use this, right? If I'm not mistaken. We can apply this to be a superscript. We have anything here. Okay, it does work technically, but it is not what we want. Uh, hmm. Yeah, okay, so I think it's better if we just do it manually here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut it. So I'm just gonna cut it here and I'm just gonna paste it somewhere. Yeah. Then let's just make it 14 base. Then let's actually just change some of its properties here. Okay, great. So now we can just take this and let's get our rulers out for this, right? So I want to go here and here will be like the top part of this text, right? So I just want to take this, align this right here. Then if we are considering this to be the endpoint, we might want to have something like this. I want to go like 2 pixels. So it's maybe around something like this here. Okay, great. That looks good. So let's just get rid of the rulers. We don't need them anymore. So we want to take these two. I want to get it a bit lower actually. We want to take these 2 elements here and just Control G to group them into the header or the headline actually. And that's it. Okay. Then we can move on to this part right here. And this is what will have most of the changes. First, let's ungroup everything. ungroup everything here. So let's obviously delete the controls. We don't need that. Let's delete the selection and the frequencies. But we do need this filter because we will have so many different channels. For example, here we'll only have 5, but we will have so many different channels, right? So we'll need some filters to go through them. Okay, great. I'm going to change this one to all. But before that, actually, here we want to take this. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to create for this. I think it's around here, right? So let's take everything out. Let's move it down. We just need to Control Shift. Okay, so here Control Shift R. And this will be the filter, right? So this component, since we are using it multiple times, I think it's worth it to make it a component. So let's make it a component. Let's get it up. Okay, around 32 pixels. Then let's select everything here. Right, so 32 pixels. Okay, it's very important that you keep your Figma files structured. Because, like, maybe not now, but at some point, like, it will keep growing and growing, and it will just be so annoying if you don't have the structure. Great, so now we can just copy this, go back to design, Control Shift and R here to paste and replace, and do the same thing here, Control Shift and R. Now we just want to change this text here from all to Ethiopia. And here we're just going to keep it at all. Great, so since we are at this point, there are two possibilities. One possibility is that we have some channels, and the other possibility is that we don't. Right? So today we're going to be working on the possibility that we do have some channels to just list out here. But next time we're going to be working on the possibility that this is actually just 0, or there isn't any channels put into the favorites. And for that, we're going to need some illustrations, right? So we're going to need something like this, and I'm going to be working on that. Obviously, I'm not going to show you the process of creating the illustrations. So this is more of a UI UX design course, and not really graphics design. Yeah, but next time I'm going to be working on that. So here we're going to call this favorites listed. And the next one would be favorites empty, right? So actually, it would have been better if we had it where there was a favorites empty before listed. We're going to change it up next time, don't worry. Great, so if we're at this position right here, we can just continue and list out our favorites. So let's just say 101.5 for 1 actually, megahertz. And let's structure this. First of all, we want this to be the base probably, or medium. I think let's put it at base and semi bold. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to make it pretty small. I'm going to make it also grayed out. Okay. Maybe this is a bit too small. Maybe we need an additional font, an extra font in this place. Maybe we can use 24, but how does that look? Okay, that looks fine. We're going to use 24 for this. And next up, I want to have which country it is from. So I'm just going to say Ethiopia here. And this will be just the base font here. And I don't want this to have too much of a visual hierarchy. So I'm just going to make it a gray 700. Great, we are making progress. So next up, we do need an actions panel here. So I'm going to take this. Let's just take this vector here. Let's go to assets. And obviously, we have to make some changes to the vector. So what is the changes? So circle here. the first thing you want to do is you want to just remove the stroke and apply some fill. Let's make the fill completely white. Let's call this the action menu icon. Okay, great. So now we want to increase the size here to be 16. Obviously 16 is a bit too much in this case, so let's just go for 8. Great, so now we can just make it a component and copy it. Okay, we can just take them offline for now, no problem. We can just paste it here. Okay, great. So now we have everything we need almost here. I just want this to be, let's change the size. I'm gonna go 6 pixels. Then I'm gonna actually make it into a frame here. Some 16 by 16 gap here and padding actually. And okay, great. So at this point, what we can do is we can give it a fill. And let's make the fill here our gray 300 color. And our corner radius should be the full one. And how much is the difference in space? It is actually 3. So we can actually just change the padding here to around 8 by 8. Okay, I think that looks much nicer. So let's remove this. Let's just take these 3 elements, center it. Okay, then let's give it a gap of auto here. Okay, this will be the action menu. Okay, so now I'm gonna just take this, go to the components, and I'm just gonna create a new component for this, right? So let's just place it here. I'm gonna call this the action menu. Control-Shift-R. Great, so make it my components and copy it. Go back to design, Control-Shift-R here. Okay, so let's just position it correctly here first. Very nice. Okay, so we are at this point where we can just take this. First, let's name it channel. And we need to create some sort of separation, right? So what will happen is we'll have so many different channels listed like this, one on top of each other, and there should be a way that we can actually separate them, right? So one way would be to apply a stroke, but only at the bottom here. And for that to work, we need to give this like 16 padding on the bottom. Then let's give a stroke, something like this maybe. Let's see how that works. So I'm just gonna copy this. Close-Up-R. That's a possibility. Another possibility here would be to go here and make it into a container. And I think that's the way we're gonna be going through this. We're gonna give the padding 16 by 16 all throughout. And we're gonna give this corner radius. Should we apply the full here? Let's experiment with that here. Let's just get these guys. Let's remove it. Let's try to experiment with that. I'm gonna give this the gray 300. Okay. In that case, we need some more padding on the sides here, and we need to change this up. The way I'm gonna change it is I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna go with maybe something like this, or maybe full black, or let's see. I think what did we use here? Was this 2A the same as 3400? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. I think it is not, but let's actually go back to the components and select everything here, Control A. And I want to fix some stuff. First, everything should be using the variables, right? So this 2A, I'm not sure where it is coming from. Should be gray 400, I believe. So we can now just go back. And I think we can apply it here. So gray 400, yeah, exactly. So now we can just right click here, and under main component, we can just push the changes to the main component. Great. So from this point, it is either that we can apply some full corner radius, or we can just go with 8. Like both of them are valid here and are pretty much very usable. But I think like we are already using full roundedness all throughout, so maybe it's a good idea to carry on with that and make it something like closely related to our brand. So I'm gonna be just doing that here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change some of the text here. I'm gonna change this to be frequency. So let's just say frequency, and I'm just gonna call this country. And this one's so this is an action menu. We can click on this to show some options to delete and or yeah, it's probably just to delete or actually change to a different frequency. So we're going to be having those two options available. But for now, we're just going to be having the action menu. Or is it better to have just the... No, for now, we're just going to have the action menu here. So it's going to be for deleting and editing, those two purposes, right? So next time, not next time, but when we work on the models here and pop-ups, then we're going to be actually handling that. Great. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to go to components. Let's go down here and okay, let's just duplicate this. Let's bring it down here and let's call this channel. Okay, then Ctrl+Shift+R here. And we're going to make this to component and copy it. So now let's go back, paste it here. Okay, great. So we can just change the values here, right? So it's 101 or 1. The country being Ethiopia here. And let's just duplicate it a couple of times here. And let's actually select all of them. So actually it is 5, so it will just be infinitely scrolling here. But since it is 5, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then let's remove these two guys. Then let's select everything here and group this into channels. Okay, it's not actually inside of the frame, so let's just get it in. Great. So now we have to handle the spacing, right? So currently it's 10. I'm thinking of different spacing. Maybe we can make it 0, but that doesn't quite work. We can make it very small, something like 4, or moderately 16. Interesting here, but I think 16 works much better. But let's see how. I think 8 also works very nicely here, and it does afford us some more space. And since there is extra space in the form of the padding, we don't even need the extra spacing here. So I think we will be working with 8 pixel gap. Okay, great. So now what we can do here is we want to follow the same principles here. So it should be 64 pixels gap. So we're gonna go with 64 pixels gap. Interesting. Should we make it 64? First, let's name it May. But should we make it 64 is the question. I don't think so because we don't need this much space. Here we needed it because it was content heavy and it would feel cluttered. But here I think we could just go with 24 maybe, something like that. Or maybe 60. Okay, great. Is it too close together? So now we're gonna go 24. Or 32. Let's see. You can see like I'm just looking at it and deciding what would be the best decision. Like sometimes your eyes are the best source of information you could get. You can't forever rely on principles. Sometimes you just have to eyeball it. And I'm assuming here that 24 is just the right spacing that we need here. Now, make sure that you don't use random numbers like 13, 15, like 6. Here I'm using multiples of 8 and 6, right? So 32, 24, 16, 12. So multiples of 6 and 8 are the most important rule you as a beginner you should know. Great. So maybe even 12 here. Maybe 6. No, okay. Let's return to 8. Great. So also I would like to maybe make some changes here in terms of the corner radius. Instead of full, let's try to get with 8. And I really like this one actually. I think this is much better. So I'm just gonna leave it like this. Obviously, we would have to go back and apply that branding. So I'm just going to do that off screen when for some reason the internet's down here, unfortunately. So I'm just going to be doing that off screen. I'm going to show you on the next video. But for now, let's just fix some stuff here. Let's just change some of the frequencies. Let's go with 201, 202.2, 04, 311, 441, 11.7 actually. So this is here, yeah. Okay, so just some changes to make this work better. Uh, Obviously, you don't have to do this, but I think it is worth it to see how this would actually look like in a real world environment. So obviously, let's try to make some changes here. In terms of making a constant alignment. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to get in here and apply a width instead of hard content. I'm going to make it 82. So maybe, okay, 82, 82. Okay, 82 is not enough apparently. So let's just change this to be 96. So yeah, okay. So now here should be the same size difference here. Okay, I was trying to align this to the left. Okay, let's return that. I was trying to align every text to a single column here. Uh, but looking at it actually, I think this is the best implementation because we are already following a central-lined sort of way. So let's just change this back here. I'm going to make it hot content. Okay. Obviously, we couldn't do that. Let's actually see how that would work, right? So we're going to make this 96. We're going to make this 64 maybe. I think, does that work better? I think it does actually. So what we have to do though is increase the size here, 96. 96 is not enough for it for some reason. Our content, it would be 107, so let's go 108. Great, so we're just gonna right click here, main components, not main components, just reset instance. And this will be 441.1.3. Okay, great. So I think, yeah, I think this works better. I like this more. Yeah, great. So obviously we have the proper spacing here as well. That's it for the favorites listed. Obviously next time, we're gonna be working on the uh favorites empty. That means when there isn't any channel selected here. That will be a separate screen on its own. But also we're gonna be actually have to apply the variables here, the corner radius of 8 here, which you don't have currently. For some reason the internet's down and can't apply it currently. Yeah, but let's just leave a comment here. Actually, it gives us good practice, right? So you're just gonna comment here. Remember to add the 8 pixel corner radius to the branding guide. Okay, yeah, no internet means I assume we have. I'm gonna write it somewhere else for now. Okay, thanks for watching. That's quite enough for today. Unfortunately, we couldn't apply the branding. But next time we're gonna be continuing with this design and doing the favorites empty, and then we're gonna continue to other parts of the design. Thanks for watching. Till next time. Goodbye. So we're gonna continue with the favorites page design by creating the empty states, right? Before we start today's design, I would like to go here and apply some changes. I want to go to the components, and remember last time we were not able to save this corner radius as our component, so as our variable actually. So I'm just going to add a new variable. I'm going to call this small. Great. So then I'm going to move to the branding since we have to include it here as well. And I'm just going to duplicate this. Let's make them side by side here. Or it could be top down, no problem. So I'm just going to make the top one be our small. And if we now go back to design, you can see that it is applied everywhere since we are already using a component. Great. So that's the first thing we wanted to do. Next up, we want to work on creating our empty state. So let's just duplicate this, get it closer here. And today's video will be quite a short one actually. You just want to be finishing the favorites page. So favorites. Here it should be empty. Now it's very simple in terms of we are how we already have like the basic bare bones structure. So what we have to do is we want to just remove everything here, right? So we want to have this same layout, except that we have our favorites instead, and it should be with a nav bar included. Okay, great. So how do we start? So we need three elements. We need an illustration, we need some text, descriptive text, and finally we need our call to action here. Now we can do the same thing by just copying this and pasting it here. And I want to center it here. And through centering it, I want to have equal spacing between the base, which is the end of the navbar here, and the base of the actual screen here of the mobile screen. So it's going to be the top half, or the top outline would be the base of this navbar, and the bottom outline would be the base of the actual phone. So if we take it to be something like this, we want to have equal spacing. So currently it is 306 and here it is 214. So we want to go down a bit here. So it's 277 and 243 here. So around, okay, we want to go even further. Let's go up around here, 260 from here and 260 from here as well. Great. So obviously, this is one way of doing it. Another way would be just to center it like this. And actually, looking at this, I feel like it would be better if we just center it like this. Because like it does create the feel that it is actually centered, even though technically it won't be. But we have to take, in that case, we have to take this to be our baseline, because when we are actually creating the app for Android phones, it would actually just take this as the primary top point here. So let's just do that here. From the this would be 306 and 266, so somewhere like this. Okay, something like this here, 286 and 286. Great. So this will be like sort of our structure here. Obviously, we will have to change it up. Again, we're going to come back to it. I just showed you because this is sort of what we want to do. Before going to the illustrations, let's actually just work on this text here. You don't have any favorites yet. And here we're going to go and say back to home, right? So back to home. And I think, okay, we need a new button for this, since this is the reset button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and detach instant. And we don't need an icon for this. And here I'm going to just go back or back home. For now, I'm just going to say text here, and let's actually make this into a primary icon. So let's actually give this to be our brand color, and this should be full black. So finally, let's just take this. I'm going to just copy it, go to components. Let's actually go back here. And we have this. Let's just rename this reset ETN. And what we can do here is we can take this and duplicate it, bring it up here, call this primary BTN. Okay, so now we can just go over here and Control Shift R and make this into a component. Let's just copy it from here. Let's go to design and Control Shift R here. So now we have the component form, right? First, let's actually go back to components and let's change this from reset BTN to primary. BTA. And that change should reflect here. Let's take this text here and let's say go back. Right, so this basically means you don't have any favorites yet, so you have to go back to the home page or the home screen here so that you could add some favorites to your selection, right? So by just clicking this button, obviously we're going to work on that mechanism in a minute, in a couple of videos actually. But for now, let's just continue here. Now we have to work with this illustration. We don't have we can't reuse this illustration because this is for ears, as it's indicated here. So instead we want to go with a more proper illustration that fits this emptiness, right? So for this, what I'm going to do is I actually have created an illustration in Illustrator. So I think I have it here. I'm just going to drag and drop. Okay, I think yeah, this is the one here. I created an empty box here. I did this in Illustrator. Obviously, this is more sorry, this is more of a UI UX design course, meaning I'm not really going to be focusing on how I created this illustration. Like if that's something you want to learn in the future, you can just like commenting down below and I'll try to include some of my uh graphics design setup in the future. But for now, we just want to cut it from here, go to assets, and here under illustrations, I'm going to paste it. So you can see we already have 3 illustrations for this parts here for the loading and ears. Then now we have an extra one for the emptiness, right? So let's go here and let's take this. Let's give it some space since we're going to be resizing it a lot. So we're going to take this, Control G, and get it out here. We don't need an empty frame. I'm going to name this, actually, I'm just going to name it empty box. And this will be fragments, just a fragment of the box. Let's just paste this here for all of them. I just like to have everything organized and have the proper naming. So now we have to make this fit into our design, right? So fit into our design means we have to make the colors different in terms of these colors. When I was creating this illustration, I thought for myself, I'm just going to give it random colors and I'm going to actually change it up and fix it when we get it into the design. So let's do that here. Let's start from this part here, which is the front facing part. So I'm just gonna go here and this should be, I believe this should be the gray 300 from illustration. Or okay, I think I changed it up here for some reason. Yeah, okay, I changed it up. So this should be gray 200. Okay, for now let's just say 201. And this should be, oh, actually, I'm incorrect once more here. We have to go up here. Yeah, okay, so here's the problem. So this is darker, so it should be gray 200. 200. Okay, so since the variable name already exists, I'm just going to call 301 for now. 301. 3001 actually. Here, then I'm going to change this to be 300. And here I'm going to go back and now I can just remove the 1 here since we already have it. Okay, it should be actually 200. Great. So there was a mistake there, but we fixed it. Great. So now what we can do is we can apply the 300 or 200 would be, I think 300. Then we could go up here and here for this one, we could apply the 300. The 200, I mean. Okay, great. So you can see the shading is coming along quite nicely here. Actually, this should be around gray 700. No, okay, too light. We want to apply the same thing here as the 200. And this should be a bit darker, right? So what we want to do is we want to go here. We don't have a color for it, so something like this maybe. Or we can actually, we need a different color. This is too dark for this scenario, so I'm just gonna go just up here, something like this, right? So, and this will be a lighter gray, so this gray 400 for illustrations. And I'm just going to apply, for this one, I'm just going to apply gray 300. And I'm going to do the same here for this one. But here I will apply a darker color, which will be the gray 200. Now for this one, this actually doesn't work. We have to apply the new color, which is 400 here. And do the same thing for this one as well. And I'm just going to go in here and I'm just going to apply either gray 100, which will be just the same as the background, or it should be full black. So I don't want to go that route. So what I want to do is I want to create a new color here. So I'm just going to select this one, which is the darkest currently. So then I want to go pretty dark here, around 13. So this will be gray 100 for illustrations. Great. Okay. So obviously we're not going to be adding these colors into our design, into our branding here. Here we're not going to be adding those colors into our branding just because they're actually meant for illustrations and not to be included in the brand design or UI UX design, the app itself. So what you can do here, we're going to go to assets and I want to change this up a bit here. I want to make it smaller on the widths here. I want to take these two, drag them up, and I want to drag this here. And I think I really like this. Okay, so obviously have to make some changes, but we are ready. So I'm just going to take this 32 pixels here, 31.87. It's close enough. I'm going to take this, I'm going to make it into components and I'm just going to copy it here. Let's go back to the design. And now we can just replace it here. Control Shift and R. And what we can do is we can tilt it around. Great. And we can, okay, so I think that works quite nicely here. But looking at this had 246 width. How much does this have? I want to keep it consistent. 240, so it's like the same thing. Okay, great. So I think it's a bit too large in contrast to what we had previously. So I'm just gonna make it something like this, which works very nicely. Okay. So obviously make sure that we have the same spacing between the baseline, the top line and the baseline here, which is 256.21 and 256.1. Great. So this is our favorites empty states. I just want to switch them up here. I want to bring this to be aligned right here. So 32 pixels, obviously. And I want to take this one here and I want to do the same 32 pixels. Great. So all of our screen designs are done. I'm going to review it with you in just a moment, but all of our designs, base screen designs are actually done. Next, we're going to be going into prototyping. We're going to be going into actual functionality. And it's going to be, from now on, it's going to be very much interesting. And we are hitting some advanced Figma topics. So I'm really looking forward to working on that with you. So let's just review it and finish today's video. So we started with a loading page here and an error page. Uh, then we took two episodes or two parts to create this beautiful home page or home screen. Then with this, today we finished the favorites empty state screen, which is very nicely done here. It's very simple, but gets the job done. And last time we finished with this favorites list. Okay, very nice work. Something that has to be fixed before we finish off is the spacing here. It seems like we have 24 by 16, which should not be the case. It should be 16 by 16. We did it 24 by 16 because initially it had full roundedness here, which permits extra space on the sides. But now this is now much better. Great. That's it for today, I think. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop them down below in the comments. Yeah, next time I'm going to be working more on prototyping and stuff. Yeah, again, thanks for watching. Until next time. Goodbye. Last time we finished on creating the main pages for our app here, including the loading error and empty state pages, together with the home and favorites pages also. So now we are basically done with all of the main screens that we had to create. But that's not all that we need for a mobile app. For a mobile app, you also need something called a splash screen or an introduction screen. So we're going to be creating that, and it's going to be a 3-step introduction screen with a final welcome screen. Okay, so I'm now gonna be creating any advanced illustrations here, just because I know like most of you are just getting into mobile app design and you can't really be getting quality assets cheaply. So I'm just going to keep it very simple with you, and I'm going to show you a method that we can use to create splash screens without having to rely on illustrations and external assets, which might be expensive. Okay, so let's just start here. I'm just going to take this first screen here and I'm just going to duplicate it, and let's just align it perfectly before we start designing on it. I'm just going to change it to splash 1. Okay, so splash 1 basically means we're going to be having 4 splash screens, and that is going to be splash 1, splash 2, splash 3, slash 4. Okay, so this is the first one. Now I'm just going to start by removing everything here, removing everything except for the status bar here, since the status bar is a common element of all screens, and that's just a representation of the actual mobile app that we're going to be using. Okay, so we're at this point where we could just continue or start here, and the way we're going to be doing this is we're going to be starting by actually I was thinking of the splash screen here, and it might not be included on in some cases. Uh, just wanted to know for you to know that Splash status bar is not always included. There are some apps that use full screen mode. So when I was saying that it is always common, I mean for our design here. But we're going to be continuing here with sort of a nav bar. Let's start from the nav bar here. And for the nav bar, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this nav bar here. I'm just going to duplicate it, bring it over here, but I'm not going to be using the same nav bar. I'm going to right click and click detach instance. And this instead will be the nav bar for Splash. So it's going to be a completely separate nav bar item here. So I'm just going to write out something here, and I'm going to call it eRadio. So that's the name of the app that we have been building. And for the size, I'm thinking to make it semi-bold with the base. So that's very nice. Now we can take these two, group them. This will be the identity frame, which is the logo with the name. Also 8 pixel gap here and hot content. Now we're not going to be needing any sort of navigational menu here. In this case, we're just going to be needing a skip call to action, and it's going to be very light here. Should probably be just 14 pixels here, which is the base. Then I'm going to give it a color of the gray 700, which is the base text color here. So I'm just going to cut this, Control X, and here I'm going to paste and replace Control Shift R. And then let's take this actually and just align it here perfectly. Great. So now we have our navbar. You know that this means that we have to just cut it from here, go back to components, and I would like to add this to our components by just duplicating one of the frames. Control Shift R. And finally here, we can call this navbar splash. Then we can just take this and create a component out of it. I'm just going to copy it now, go back to design, paste it here, center it, and align it to the top of the screen right here. That's good progress. Now we have to be creating some more elements. The first thing that we want to create is our buttons here. And if you remember, we have already created some buttons here. This is the primary button. We can just use this. See, this is the use of just creating reusable components. When the time comes where your design is becoming larger and larger, you can just use your buttons without having to worry about recreating them again and again. So I'm going to go back to design. Here, I'm going to need our rulers here. And I'm just going to place it right here at the left side of the ruler. And I'm just going to take it and make it long enough to fill the screen. Now, I'm just going to name it here. I'm just going to call it continue. And we're just going to have to go back to components, and I'm going to duplicate this. Let me take this up here. And this is going to be our primary secondary button here. Let's just align them perfectly. Okay. This is going to be the secondary button. So the only difference being that we want to change the black to white, and we want to change the brand color here to the gray 400, I believe. Or is it 300? I think it's 400. Let's just check here first. Okay, it actually was 300. So I want to go 300 and I want to go copy this, get it to the design, paste it. Okay, actually, let's just go back. Make sure we copied the secondary BTN. We should also rename it. So let's just copy it, go back to design. Actually, there shouldn't be any gaps here. And just paste it here. So I want to get down here and I want to write go back to return to a previous splash screen. Now, since there isn't really any previous splash screen, there won't really be a go back button here that is active. So we would have to include that when we actually work on the button states. So we should have an inactive button state for this one. So we're going to be working on that when the time comes. But for now, I'm just going to include it here and just align it perfectly. And then let's take these two, group them. And I'm going to give them like 16 pixel or maybe 12 pixel gap. 12 pixel gap here looks fine. Okay, following this, we can actually continue on the actual indicator for which splash screen we are on currently. So I'm just going to drag out a couple of circles here. So let's make these circles 16 by 16, look the aspect ratio. And I'm just going to duplicate this 4 times, indicating each time which part of the splash screen we are currently on. So then I'm going to give them the color wave 400. And I'm just finally just going to go here and apply the brand 500 color to the first one, indicating that we are currently on the first splash screen. And looking at these, they seem to be pretty big, so let's just decrease their size to around 12. Also, let's rename this BTNs or CTAs. This should be a page indicator, so just page. Okay, around 6 gap, I think, or 4, maybe 5 or 6. I think 6 works better here, so I'm just going to keep it at 6 for now. Here, I'm just going to call this page indicator. And what I want to do is I want to cut it, and I want to create a component for that. I'm just going to duplicate this, bring it down here, rename this page indicator, and I'm just going to paste it. Actually, just remove the first one here and paste this. So I'm just going to create a component out of it, copy it back to the side here. Okay, let's take these two here and just now copy them. This will be the bottom part here. From this one, and name it bottom. So since that was 12, I think 24 would be better here. Then from the bottom, I want to give it 16 pixel gap, or maybe a bit more, around 20, just for it not to stick to the bottom here. You don't want that. You want enough spacing from the top screen of the screen and the bottom of the screen. And following on from this, we need 2 more elements. The first is a description of the current page. So I'm just going to write e-radio actually lets you listen to thousands of radio stations. Okay, let's just take this back. Radio stations through a single Wi-Fi connection. Sure. Okay. Now I want to make this fairly minimal here, so I'm just gonna go with the base here. You can see like we are using the base font most of the times here, except for some exceptions, I think, where we are using the smaller font instead. Yeah. So now I want to just take this full white. I want to center align it, and I want to give it some bit of space. I want it to be on 2 lines actually, instead of it being on 3 lines. That would just make it easier for the user to read across it, and it looks better, I think, in general. Okay, so we want to give this the full width maybe here, maybe not, just around here, I think would be nice. Okay, final one and the most important part is going to be your actual screen representation. So your actual assets, your actual accent here. So the accent is what drags people in. This is one of the most important parts of your presentation. So the splash screens are generally just considered presentations for your website, and this is very important, a very important part. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click on the home frame here, the home layer, and just you can actually just copy or paste as, and copy as PNG. Okay. So at this point you can just paste it here and reduce its size, so we have a complete PNG of the main image here. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to take this, put it inside of a frame, and we want to have 16 zero gap first of all, and 16 by 16 padding, and we want to have a stroke. Now we want to have a corner radius that is equivalent to the small corner radius. So now when we apply the stroke here, which will actually be a color gradient here. So let's start from our base color and increase to around 24, I think would be nice. Then we, instead of inside, we're going to make it outside. Great. So we have this frame, right? So the reason we needed the extra padding is because if there was no padding, it seems cluttered. But if there is extra spacing here, it seems that the UI is presented much nicer. So just make sure that there is no fill, or if there is a fill, you just make sure that it's the gray 100 so it matches with the background of the image. Now, while you can leave it here, I'm just going to do something here. I'm going to apply a radial gradient, and it's going to be from our brand color to white. Flip it, then drag the center here to the top left, or something resembling that here, just for there to be some extra glow, right? So this is very nice. Now we can just take these two. This will actually be called the presentation. So let's let's take these two elements and give them a life around 24 spacing. Now since there is 24 here, it appears to be 0 since border corner actually strokes are not counted as parts of the spacing. So we're just going to add 24 here. So now this is very good. What we want to do is we want to take 1, 2, and 3 and just group them into a frame here. And just make sure that the frame is within our rulers. Then we're going to name this May. And that's pretty much it for the first splash screen. Let's just remove the rulers and look at it. Now it's a very simple splash screen, that's very complex, but we didn't need any sort of illustrations or anything like that to make it very interesting and to make it work very nicely for our purposes. So next time we're going to be continuing with designing the splash screen by designing the rest of them. But I think that's quite enough for today. Thanks for watching. I'm sorry for the audio. I have a bit of a cold here, so my voice might be stuttering and cracking around. Thanks for watching anyway. We're going to be continuing on the design next time. Yeah, goodbye. Today we're going to be continuing working on the splash screens. Last time we finished working on the first one. Today we're going to be continue with the rest, right? So let's just start by duplicating this, calling this splash 2 for the second splash screen. Let's just try to get it at 32 pixel difference. And here we're just going to be doing the same thing we did, just changing the content. Okay, so first thing, I want to go here and I want to change this to say access, radio, channels. Okay, instead let's say listen to your favorites, AM and FM radio channels entire. Okay, so okay, so next up we want to change this image. since it's not the correct representation. Now for the first one, we used the home image here, and we're going to be doing the same thing, but this time we're going to be using the favorites image, right? So the way we're going to be doing this is first we have to make some changes. The reason for that is you can see there is a bunch of empty space down here, and that doesn't really work. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate it a couple of times just for the image, and 2 times is quite enough. So let's change some part of this. So 201 and 22. Let's call these India for both of them. And now we can just right click, copy or paste as PNG. Control Shift C is the alternative. So just Control Shift C and delete. Okay, so now we're just going to be going over here and going. By the way, we didn't name this, I think. So let's just fix that quickly here. Let's call this. So let's call this the presentation. Actually, it's not the presentation. It's actually like the view. So it's the content. That's what I want to say. So let's rename this content as well. Then let's go over here to the image, and the only thing that we have to change is the width. So it should be constant at 148 width pixels. So I'm just going to do Control Shift R, that's paste and replace, and it should be 148. So now we have the image perfectly positioned here as well. So that is quite simply the second splash screen done. We just have to change the name, and let's just collapse this here. Okay. Let's get them in the right place. So we have the first and the second splash screens already prepared. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this one and work on the third splash screen off of this. Now the third splash screen will be a bit different from what we have been doing so far. I'm just going to start by changing this description here. I'm going to change it to access radio channels, or I think it's better to say radio stations from all over the world for free. Okay, so here also I would like to change it from channels to stations. Just making sure. Yeah, stations, great. So after that, I want to have some sort of representation of the different countries that we have radio channels from. Now, the way I'm going to be doing this is through just selecting some countries which are my most viewed countries, right? So these are the countries that on YouTube my videos are most viewed, so there isn't really any bias. So I'm just going to be selecting a couple of countries here. You can see I have this Figma file open, 200 plus country flags, bricks templates. This is a free Figma template, right? So this is a file that you could get from the Figma community store completely for free. So you can either get it from there, or if you're watching this course on its full release, I should be having the actual link to the Figma file here, eRadio, down below in the description, so you can access it from there. But for now, if it's not, you can just access it from this Figma file. Great. So here I want to select a couple of countries here. Let's start from grand in no particular order. Let's start from Croatia. I think it's around here, right? So I want to select only the flag. So here, let's just copy it and paste it right here. Okay. Let's move on to, I think was it Uzbekistan or, by the way, this is not in any particular order of my viewership, if you were wondering. Uh, okay, so let's get USA here first, and also UK probably. Let's also get Ethiopia. Okay, we also need Iceland. Okay, let's continue with Netherlands, or actually it's Luxembourg. So I think this is Netherlands. Okay, Italy. We also need India and Bangladesh also. No, I think it was actually Pakistan. I think it was Pakistan. Okay, around here, I forgot what the Pakistan uh flag looks like. Okay, yeah, here it is. Okay. Okay, also we need Argentina and Japan. And let's just start by using these flags for now, and we're just gonna go ahead and add the rest. So the way I'm gonna be doing this is just removing this completely, and I'm just gonna lock everything here, and I'm just gonna remove it. I should delete it. I just hid it here. So I'm just gonna be starting by taking the rulers out and having to present all the flags in their proper size. So let's go with something like this here. I'm just eyeballing it, and I don't really have any uh like proportions in mind. So I'm just eyeballing it here for let's continue with the UK. I'm making them big in terms of the viewership, right? So the countries with more viewership should be bigger, and thus the UK should be a bit bigger than the US. I think it's India next here. Where is India? Okay, here. Uh, so let's make this bit big as well here. Then I think it's Ethiopia next. Okay, so you can see the pattern here. We are going to continue with Argentina, then the Netherlands, then Italy, then Croatia, which would be a bit big here. Then I think Pakistan should be a good size here, since there is quite a lot of it here, just not as big as uh, India or just around the same as Croatia. Then we're gonna get Iceland and Japan here, which don't have too much, but okay, so just bit down here, something like this. So now that we have their sizes, let's just focus on making them work properly here together. Let's just position them correctly. Ethiopia should be a bit bigger. The US as well. Okay. So in reality, I think if this was like something I'm building for a client, what I would focus on is what channels, sorry, what stations are in which country, like which countries have more stations. So the countries with more radio stations should probably be presented here. So if a country has like 100 radio stations, they should be pretty big. And a country that has 50 should be there, but it shouldn't be as big. Then a country that like has 2 radio stations should not be featured here. It depends on the amount of value that the country is providing for the actual app. So here I'm doing it because I don't have that statistic. Uh, and we're actually going to be creating this app. We're going to be programming it, but I don't have the statistics currently. So I'm just using my channel subscription matrix. But if you want to do that, and if you want to actually create something that follows the actual radio station statistics, I really do encourage you to try and find out which countries have uh, more radio stations and just trying to present them accordingly. I think that's quite enough here. That's a good presentation. Now, what I want to do is I want to go here, select all of them, and I want to detach their instances. Okay, so now from here, I want to just rename them, maybe. Obviously, here, okay, so yeah, I can't really go ahead and name everything here. That will take too much time. So I have a method for this. I'm just going to name it flag, then external. Here I'm using what is called a flag here. Not to be confused with the actual flag. A flag is just like a suffix or sometimes a prefix that indicates that this current layer has some different uh, property that separates it from the rest of the actual layers. So here, this is separated in that it is external. Obviously, we also have some external icons and stuff like that, but uh, we can just, it's very simple to edit those and change them up. While here, very, uh, it's very much difficult, and it does depend on the uh, icon here. So what I'm going to do is just going to be taking everything here and Control G, and here this is going to be flags. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy this and go to assets. So I'm just going to create a new frame here. I'm just going to duplicate this actually and just call this, let's get it down first. Let's call this flags, and I'm just going to select everything here and delete them. Then I'm just going to paste the flags in here, and I'm just going to make them into I'm just going to start by making them here. I'm just going to select everything and make them components, right? So make them components. So okay, that's not what I want. The way I want it is to just make these components. So the shortcut for components is Control Alt K, which I don't really like to use. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do this for each and every one of these flags, which are, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So 11 flags here in total. So what I want to do is I want to take this group and I want to go back to the design, and instead now I'm just going to Control Shift R here. So now the flags that we are using are the actual components and not just random flags. Let's go back to the actual assets here, and I'm just going to apply some auto layouting here, put them side by side, content here, content, center, actually top left, or actually center, no problem, and 32 pixel gap. That's very nice here. So actually we don't even need this group. We can just ungroup them and it will retain its properties. So now we have these flags here presented quite beautifully. And when the full course comes out, you can just go and access this Figma file and get the flags from there. Let's go back to the design page and let's actually enable the main content here. And I'm just going to cut the flags here. And I'm just going to unlock the contents page here and just paste it there. Now place it up here and okay, great. So the way we want to do it here is we want to have auto gaps here. So I'm just going to take a ruler here and I'm just going to position it just here. Meaning I'm just going to try to make sure that everything is aligned here. And it actually is. So we can just get rid of the rulers here. Okay, so obviously we want this to be much closer to each other, just 24 pixels, since there isn't really another separation here. Okay. What I want to do here is I want to take everything and okay. So the way we have to do it is we want to take the proportions and we want to just decrease their size. Here are the proportions for here. Decrease their size to be more presentable. Okay, very nice here. Okay, great. Obviously, I want to select everything here as well and apply auto gaps. And this is our third splash screen. Let's just rename it the third splash screen. And now we're just going to be moving on to the final splash screen. And we will be done officially with all the pages. So I'm just going to duplicate this, apply the fourth splash screen here. I want to pretty much remove everything here. But we're going to be doing it in a manner that just replicating and changing up the actual content instead of just changing it. So the way I'm going to do it here is I'm just going to go to the components, and I believe we had a nav bar for the splash screen. And the way I'm going to do it is very simple. Let's get this a bit down. Here I want to create a new component variant here. So this will be the default. This one would be the final or vibrant. So this will be the vibrant navbar for the vibrant or the forged splash screen. Now for this, I want to apply some auto layouts just to make everything a bit more presentable. Okay, let's position everything properly here. Okay, so the way I want to do it here is let's actually select everything first and just apply white. I want to go here and I want to change the logo to be full white. So I need a new gradient for it. I'm just going to go to the branding here and I'm going to create a new logo variant. So this will be orange BG, right? So for backgrounds with orange color, we need to have a different sort of logo. So I'm just going to do the same thing here by applying good spacing. Okay, so I'm just going to have to select everything now and just get them down a bit so it does not overlap. Great, so for this one, it's very simple. We're just going to have to give the color selection to be whites. Now, saying this, I do remember that we have overlooked something, which is to actually go here and obviously we have these colors which are coming from the logos, so we have to deal with that as well. But first of all, we have to deal with the radial gradients that we used here. and we have to make it into style here. This will be the splash gradient or splash grad. Great. So now I'm just going to go to the assets here and select everything. And we have to just make sure that the white is properly white. And let's just go around and unapply these variables since we don't really need them. They're just a one-time use. So I'm just going to go back to the components here and apply the orange BG one here. So after that, we have this skip. Now, the way I'm trying to handle this is I want to go and apply the brand 500. Okay, not for all of them, obviously. For the final splash screen, I want to apply the brand 500. And here, instead of the default, you can see why we had to change it. Instead of the default navbar, I'm going to apply the vibrant navbar. And you can see it's not really showing up. So in this case, what we can do is we can go to components and let's just focus on changing this to be either white or black, since both of them have pretty good contrast. I'm just going to go and apply white for this so we can clearly see it. But white is not really what we want. What we want here is a color that is not as vibrant as white, but it still has good visual hierarchy. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to select this color here, and I'm just going to go somewhere around here. Okay, let's apply this here. So it appears as if even white is not fully visible. For sometimes these things happen with Figma's curve contrast checker, so I'm just gonna have to apply some sort of color here around here, which is going to be a darker orange. So let's apply, this is going to be probably one of our darkest, so this is going to be orange 200. And let's go back to the branding here. Since we already created a new color, we have to apply it. So let's duplicate this, Shift A to create auto layer for this side by side 32 pixels difference, and this would be the brand color. Now the first one should be brand 500. Actually, yeah, we're gonna be let's actually make this the brand the orange 200. Actually, we have to change the name as well, since it does not fit our naming convention. It shouldn't be orange 200. It should be orange 500, I think. No, not actually, sorry. Here I just want to say brand 200. Okay, great. So after that, let's go here and name this brand 200. Now we have everything ready. Let's go back to the components and apply here the brand 200. And let's go back to design. And let's go right click and reset instance. So now it is applied. Great. Next step, we want to go back and change these elements right here. The way we want to do this is we want to start by creating a button here, a secondary button, since we already have a primary button here. So let's just take this up, duplicate it, bring it down here, 32 pixels. This is going to be the primary button, and this will be the secondary button. Now the secondary button is very simple. We just have to change this to be white. That's literally everything that we have to change, and name this secondary. So now let's just copy this, go to design. Now you might be asking, why not just make the primary button a different variant? And that's because I like to create different button components for each button, so that when I create animations and prototyping for them, it becomes much easier and I don't get cluttered. And you're going to be seeing that more and more as we continue building. So it appears as if I already have a secondary button. So it will be tertiary button, tertiary. So let's just apply that naming here. And so we have to get them right here. Okay, so now let's just copy the tertiary button and just Control-Shift-R. And I'm just going to make it fill the container. And let's change this to continue. Or actually, let's call it let's start, since this is the final screen. And for this one, we could go with the tertiary button, which secondary button, sorry, which actually looks very nice in this case. So we're just going to be keeping that. But for this, okay, for this indicator here, we will have to change this. We're just going to go to the components. And since we're just we are creating some page indicators that are on different backgrounds, we need a different sort of style for them, right? So I'm just going to create a page indicator for the vibrant page indicators. And the reason, again, I'm not creating just a simple variant here is simply because I need to do more interactions with them, right? So let's just select everything first here. I want to change the whites, and I want to change the purple to be our brand color. Then I want to change things up here. And for this one, we actually just need to apply the final one. So the final one here would be white, and the rest should be something like maybe the brand 200 would work better. Okay, great. So now let's just copy this. Let's rename it first. Copy it and go here, Control-Shift-R. Okay, so that's very nice currently. Yeah, okay, that's very nice. So the final thing we want to do is you want to change this. So it's going to be very simple. The way we're going to be doing this is just applying some text. We're just going to write here is on type let's, in all caps actually. Let's just write it out first. Let's change radio history. And I'm just gonna go ahead and make it all caps. Okay, just to make it very simple, let's rewrite it all caps. Let's change radio history. So typically on your last splash screen or your vibrant splash screen, you want to make it stand out. You want to make it big. You want to make it very interesting. So that's why we are going over the top here. And I need a new font for it. I want it to be very big. So let's just take the content part here and completely change it. And let's do around 96 pixels here. And let's drag it in here. Obviously, currently it is a bit too big, so I'm just going to have to change it to 64. Maybe a bit too big here. Sure, to 2. And we're just going to go with around 81% line height. That 81 is most of the time just enough space to create separation. So I'm just actually going to go with 86 here. Okay, then let's decrease the layer spacing. Then let's go with 81 font size. Okay, that looks very nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select radio history, and I'm going to apply white. And let's select everything here, and let's apply black for the black colors, right? So Okay, so these are the colors that we don't use, but that is it here. Okay, that is the final vibrant splash screen. So this is one of the most important parts, the splash screens, right? So this is probably the first thing that the user will see actually of your app. So you want to make sure that is perfect, that is presented in a way that drags the user attention in and that makes the user excited to use your app. And you do that by just showcasing some of your qualities here first, and finally catching the user with a vibrant splash screen that takes the users into the app directly. So when we click let's go here, we just go back, we just start from the beginning here into the home page. That was everything relating to the splash, not only the splash screens actually, but also that was everything in terms of the screens. We are officially done with all the screens here. I think we created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 total screens. Next time, we're going to be starting by creating some interactions like hover or press not actually hover interactions, but press interactions for like and click interactions here. This needs a model. We're going to be working on the models. We're going to be going back and working on each model here. And after that, we're going to be finishing off with a final prototyping lesson here, and the course will be completely done. Really hope you're enjoying so far the course. It's taking, I think it's going to be around 4 to 6 hours of content. Hopefully you like it, and I'm really enjoying creating this course. Okay, again, that's all for today. Thanks for watching, and yeah, we're going to be continuing with the prototyping next time. So you're going to be starting to design the prototyping here by creating the navbar. Okay, so last time we finished on creating the splash screens. One thing we didn't actually focus on is actually making these textiles into actual textiles. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new style where I'm just going to write out a new sort of text. So it's going to be 2XL. It's going to be semi-bold, full. Actually, it's not even going to be full. The full actually indicates the line height. So instead of full, we want to say condensed and condensed again. We talked about this name convention. Here, 2XL indicates the size here since it's an 81 pixel font here. It's a bit big, so 2XL. Then SB indicates semi-bold. Condensed here indicates the line height, and condensed here on the final one indicates the letter spacing. So let's just create that text style, and we have to go back to branding here and apply that. So I'm just going to duplicate this. So here, most of the stuff will be the same. We're just going to have to change this to 84 and this to from 3XL to just 8XL, and this should be 81. Then let's get this down here and let's apply the 2XL font here. Great. So after this, let's just take this here and position it perfectly. Great. So here we have this textile done. And what we want to do is you want to just focus on this and apply proper spacing. Currently it's 40 pixels, so I want to get it close to 32 just to keep the Figma file here very structured and clean. Now, as I said before, today we're going to be focusing on the navbar. So the navigation currently is just this, and as we click it, nothing really happens. Actually, I'm just going to have to present this Figma file here in Figma's play mode. And as you can see here, if I click on this, nothing happens because there are no interactions. And also, it's just there and it doesn't have any actual use. So here we have, as you can see here, we have the iPhone mockup. So what we can do here is we can just go forward here until we get some sort of mobile nav. And as we click it here, you can see it's not even responsive. So we have to work on that. Let's start by creating the nav bar or full navigational page. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the splash 4 and I'm just going to duplicate it and get it closer. The reason I'm actually taking the splash 4 is because we already have the proper background color. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call this the nav bar. So this is the actual final full page we're going to be creating. And this just not going to be nav bar, it's actually going to be nav menu. And we will have to make some changes now. Let's start by just removing everything, deleting everything here since we don't need it. Let's get this down since it's the last layer we are creating here. And let's start by actually taking the nav bar and including it there. So I'm just going to take it. And if I hold shift and press R, you can see our rulers coming up. So I'm just going to paste it right here. And you can see it is not visible. So we have to fix that. Let's go back to components. Let's go to the navbar here, and I'm just going to create a new component for the navbar. This is going to be open. That is for the open navbar, and this is going to be close. So closed and opened. Then I'm going to just take this, apply our brand color, give it proper utilization of auto layout here, just to make everything look better and more organized, right? So after this, let's actually just take everything here and let's just move it down so it does not overlap. So here's very simple. We're just going to have to change one color, and that is the color of the logo. So I'm just going to select the logo here. From the default, I'm going to change it to orange BG. I'm going to go back to design. I'm going to change this to opened. So now we have a proper navigation that is contrasting enough and it is visible. Great. So let's continue here by creating our actual nav elements. So the two pages we have are the home page, the actual home page, which is this one right here, and the favorites page, right? So all of them are supporting pages or state pages. So these are the two pages. So let's just apply them here. Let's write them out. So let's start by saying home. I'm going to go all caps here. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's just start from the home and let's start by giving it the previously used large font here and the favorites, right? So favorites. So I'm just going to use the same sort of fonts here uh, since we want to be a bit more consistent with our font style utilization. After this, let's just take them both and let's apply auto layouts, 16 pixel gap, and let's just make sure they are positioned perfectly. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to apply this black color here to the favorites, indicating that currently the home page is the one selected. Right, so at this point, let's just rename this to be nav elements or links. You can call it whatever you want. Let's apply the white color here and we are done with the links, right? So we're going to be continuing here with some extra information. So your navbar is very powerful in the terms that you have a bit of space here to say whatever you want and to include stuff you couldn't include in other pages since you don't have space. So here I'm going to include a couple of things here. Let's start by writing out the definition or the purpose of this app here. I know e-radio is for a mobile app that uses Wi-Fi to broadcast radio channels instead of just using antennas. But here, this is actually for a course here on mobile UI UX design for YouTube. So I will just have to say that and give this a mention. So I'm just going to write it out here. Let's make it actually smaller here. And go with base. Okay. Okay. Great. So what I want to do is I want to take this line it's here and just drag it out. Maybe drag it in a bit here. We don't want it to have too much space. Great. So I don't want this to be uh like the center focal point. So I'm just gonna take the white here and I'm actually gonna change it up here. Just get it closer to the orange. The contrast checker sometimes doesn't work. Obviously, white is very much visible. So let's just select this. Something like this here, maybe. And I want to apply this as being the brand 900, meaning the lightest color of orange that we could get. Obviously, we have to go back and apply that here. As I have to just duplicate this, rename this brand 900, and apply it here as well. Okay, great. So obviously our curve styles, as you can see, are very much maturing and growing uh, each episode here. Finally, we want to just take this, group them. I want to go with around 54 pixel. That looks fine, but since there is 16 pixels difference here, I want to go 32 to have proper spacing based on the connectivity. Now, the final thing I want to include is social links. This is very common on navbars. I'm going to have two links. One is for X or Twitter. And let's make it smaller. Okay, so after that, let's just duplicate this and let's create one for YouTube. And let's finally create one more for Dribble. Okay, great. So we were just going to take these fonts. By the way, let's call this the main part here, or the actual content. This part, I mean. And let's just take these guys and just group them. 32 pixel difference is what I'm going for. Actually, what I'm going to go for is auto spacing and just dragging them out. And let's go with a black, full black here. And that looks very nice. So actually, let's just take these two. Let's call this socials. This should be 64 pixels from the nav bar. And this should be around 16 pixels from the bottom. Where are the sizes coming from? It's basically convention. You don't want the ints to be close to each other. I mean, close to the screen. As we did here, for example, we gave it extra spacing here, 16 pixels, and we want to do this the same here. And we also want to have 64 gap here because since we have 32 here and 16 here, you can see we are increasing its multiples of 2, 16, 32. But here, since there isn't as much connectivity, again, we should increase it with multiples of 2 on 16, that is. So 32 and 64. Great. So after this, obviously, if we just keep going, we keep going, you can see our mobile navigational page. But also you can notice that it is not actually functional, right? So what I mean by that is if I go back and if I click this navbar, it doesn't really work. So we would have to do some prototyping to make that work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to components here, and I should have some prototyping options so that when we click then this navigation here, it should change into that screen. But that's not our job for today. We're going to be working on that next time. For today, what I want to finish off is by just fixing one small thing here. If you noticed, this is still a hamburger menu, and we actually want to use an X icon for that to indicate closing. So let's just take that from here. Let's just take it and go back. Let's go to design. Let's go to assets again. And under the icons, let's just paste it here. Let's make it white. Control Alt. Actually, is it perfectly positioned? Yeah, okay. Control Alt O. Okay, great. So it should be 16 pixels by 16 pixels. And let's just get this out here and let's name it close icon. Let's make it into component actually and copy it. Let's go back to components. And for this one, for the open navbar, Control Shift R, and this actually works quite nicely. So now when you go back to design, it is an X instead of an open menu, as you can see here. Great, so next time we're going to be starting with the prototyping and the animation. We're going to be starting by creating some animations for this one, then animations for the actual nav bar here. Then we're going to be working with the selectors and slides, drop downs, and these buttons, and we're going to be finishing off within 2 or 3 more parts of the series. That's all for today. Today we created the mobile nav menu. So the full page experience here. Thanks for watching. Really hope you enjoyed today's video. Next time we're gonna be continuing with more of the prototyping, and yeah, that's all for today. Today we're going to be delving deep into interactions and prototyping. Let's just start with this simple button, and we're going to be moving from left to right. Let's start from this simple button. Now, the only interaction that we could have with this button that we can actually prototype in Figma is the pressing interaction. Now, if I go here into this design play here, if you can see, it has a play icon here indicating that it is Figma's own playing menu here. So if I go to the second page, which is this one, the error page, and if I keep on clicking on this try again, here nothing really happens. And obviously the reason for that is because there isn't any prototyping or interactions. It's very simple now to create that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to components here, and you can see I will try to find let's actually fix this real quick. For some reason it wasn't working. So let's try to find our button here, which is right here, this one. And what I'm going to do is I mistakenly closed uh the Figma file here, sorry. So what I'm going to do here for this one is to duplicate it by creating a new variant for it, right? So let's go back to components again. So what I'm going to do is just take this and create a new variant for it, right? So the first one would be the defaults. And I always like to rename my defaults with a small letter D because that's like the whole name convention that we are using. And the new one, I'm going to say on press. So that's the naming convention I like to use. Uh, So on, then following with the interaction, which is pressing. So let's just fix this up here in a minute. So let's just make this brand color. Let's apply some layouts with auto layouts 32, 64 by 64. Great. So now I'm just going to take everything else. Okay, so selecting every frame here. And let's just take them down. Let's align it correctly here. And the thing we're going to be doing here is just simply changing the color. Nothing really difficult. So we have this red 500 here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this, and you want to start from your actual color, right? You want to start from the reference points of your color, so that when you change it, you either could make it darker or lighter in relation to your starting point. So here I'm just going to make it darker just a bit here. You can see I'm just pressing the down arrow here, which is taking it to be slightly into the darker, and it's actually has an unintended uh, side effect that is pushing it down. So let's try to fix it here. Let's go back here, and instead we're just going to be applying it from the spectrum menu. So let's just go down here. Okay, so you can see now it's a bit darker. So there might not be as much contrast now with the text, and that's fine, because people aren't really going to be looking at this too much. This will be for a split second where people start pressing the button. Great. So now we could just go here, and previously it was red 500. Now it will be red, and it is a bit darker. So we're not going to go 400. 400 is a base color, and this is an in-between color for interaction. So I want to go 450, which is between 400 and 500. So all my interactions are going to be in between numbers. Great. So let's just create this variable here. And yeah, so I would like to include this into our brand colors here. So I'm just going to duplicate this and make it the darker color here, 450. Go back. Let's rename this. Okay, so very nice. At this point, we have a completed interaction. But that interaction doesn't actually exist, right? So we have to create that interaction. So we're going to start from here. And we're just going to say here is adding a prototyping. We're going to add an interaction. It's going to be on while pressing, actually, while pressing. The while pressing, I want an action which is changed to. Okay, changed to on press. So you see what we did? We are saying while this button is being pressed, change to the on press state. And the animation could be smart animate. I really like smart animate. The only thing I'm going to change is actually the timing. I always like to have 200. And yeah, we can also go with ease in and out, ease in. You can even have a custom bezier. But for now, I'm just going to say ease in. It's probably the best in this case. It's very minimal. So these are sort of our interactions that we're going to be having. So this is like the blueprint for all our coming interactions, right? So I'm just going to apply it here, and you can see it's being applied. So when we go back here, and okay, we might have to refresh it or restart it. So after the restart here, we are here, and you can see it's very subtle. Maybe let's try to make this feel a bit more, yeah. So you can see you can see there's a very subtle change in color. So these sort of interactions just indicate to the user that they are actually using an app that is responsive, and the actions that they are doing is actually being applied. You can see it's not the best animations because Figma is not an animation platform. We just try to prototype it and learn something about prototyping and interactions in Figma. Uh, Currently it's very good. This is all we want. Subtle change. So let's just go back now and continue. Since now we have the idea of how everything's going to go, this should be much easier. So next up, I'm going to go here to the navbar. So last time we created this here, which is the navbar expanded, and we need a way of changing the nav from one navbar to the other, right? So let's just do that. Here we have our two navbars, and here let's just add an interaction. We're just going to say on click, right? So not on click on the navbar, actually, sorry. We have to go here to this menu toggle, and we have to add the interactions on click. Actually, let's first start by adding the pressing animation. So while pressing, and we need to have a different state, right? So let's come back to that here in a minute. For that to happen, we need a different state for this. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Let's just copy it here. Let's go back to design. Let's copy this. Okay, actually it's a good thing that we're encountering this problem because we're going to learn more about components. Let's just copy this, go down. Okay, I zoomed out too much. Paste it inside of a frame. This frame should be the same as the ones before. Okay. Okay. 64. This is for the nav buttons. So we're going to have one, this, and the closing button also will be applied later. So here I'm going to start from this, and I'm just going to create a new variable for this, and I'm just going to copy this variable, the menu toggle. Actually, let's just start by saying this is the menu toggle. Okay, great. So now we can just paste it here instead. Control-Shift-R. Great. So at this point, we can just create a new variable for this. Again, the first one should be called the default, while the second one should be on press. Okay, this one should have, again, sort of, I would say, either a darker or lighter background. Here, since the background is pretty dark on itself, I will tend to go a bit lighter here. So let's go here and go a bit lighter. Okay, great. Something like this. Very subtle. Okay, this now will be called gray. It was, I believe, 300. Now is lighter, so it's going to be 350. Right, so 300 and 350. Let's apply some fixes here as well. Hmm. Some errors here, no problem. Just gonna have to apply it manually. Okay, great. So now we can just take this and add the prototyping, right? So we can add an interaction while pressing change to on press. Smart animate 200 ease in. Okay, again, very simple. We have done this so many times here. And let's just go up now here. And this is already applied. So we can now just find the navbar. So let's make this wider. Find the navbar. And now when we click this, okay, maybe it's a bit too small currently. So let's try to go back and fix it. Okay, so let's go back here and let's increase the size. It's for around 48. Then, okay, interesting. Here it seems to work fine. Let's try to restart it maybe. I've had these sort of issues. You can see it is working. Okay, yeah, you see it started. It is working. If you can see, it's very hard to see since it's not the biggest thing. But you can see it is just changing. So that's what we want. That's great. Again, Figma's prototyping has its weaknesses and sometimes it is buggy, but it's a very powerful tool to know how to use. Okay, so next up, we want to work on changing the navbars, right? So this time it's going to be a bit different. We're not just changing one component variant into another. We're actually just changing a full page. So let's see how to do it. I'm just going to go to prototyping, add another interaction. So you can have multiple interaction. On click, navigate to, and the destination should be, okay, so unfortunately we don't, that's something Figma doesn't have, which is uh, to link one page with another page from a different component within. So I can't really link this component to have an action that triggers a change to it and to another page, which is on the design page. So every page should be on the same. So every interaction should be on the same page, is what I'm trying to say. So we will have to fix that here. Maybe in the future they could fix that, but for now we don't have that capability. So let's go back to design and let's do it manually here. I'm just gonna take this now and I'm just gonna say here, go to prototyping, add an interaction, on tab is the same thing, on click, on tab, navigate to the nav menu here. Okay, so you can see we are navigating to this page. Now it would have been very nice if it works in terms of just okay, if I could like main component push changes to main component. I'm not sure if that applies here. Let's check it out. Let's check it out here. So probably we're just gonna have to okay, their way of checking it actually. Did it resets? Okay. Some technical difficulties with Figma. Here, let's try to reapply it. Okay. So now we have this interaction. Okay. So what we can do here, you can take this, can copy it, Control Shift R, and we can do this again and again to all the navbars. So now, if we click on this, you can see we are transferred. Sorry for that. We are transferred to the page which is dedicated to the navbar. Great. So now we have to do the same thing with this one to make it go back. And obviously here you can see a problem, which is we can't really go back to a specific page. We have to, like for example, if Figma doesn't know which page you came from to transfer you back. So we just have to assume that the user came from a specific page and applied there. So here I'm just going to assume that on tap, maybe back. Does that work? If that works, actually, that would be a lifesaver. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's very nice. So for example, if we go to, let's restart it here. Okay, so let's actually restart the whole flag here. Okay, so after we finish this next, we're going to be continuing with these buttons here. Actually, we would have to do the FM and radio and AM radio selections here than this. And it's not too long here. It's not super difficult. Maybe, okay, the back here is now working. I think it's breaking more than it is fixing. So, okay, let's just remove this. And the interaction should be for this button here. The interaction should be on tap. We want to navigate to the home page. So we assume that the home page is where the user is coming from, right? So it's going to be instant here. And let's see. Because if we run it again, okay. Also, we have to work on the pressing, the on press animation. So let's just click this and click this. Okay. Again, that's very good now. Okay. Yeah, I think this is much better. It has a wider field of view. Okay. So we'll have to finish today's part here, today's lesson with finishing on the interaction here. I'm gonna go back to components. I'm gonna copy this and create a new component for it, right? So here, by the way, should be hug content by hug content both ways. So let's just duplicate this. So Control Shift R here, just to paste it in. Let's make this insert component. Menu close, yeah. Okay. At this point, we are just doing the same thing. Let's create a new variable for it on press, not no press, on press. Then default. And let's apply some fixes here again, the way we did so many times before. So it's very easy now. Okay. Let's go back here and apply the proper sizing, which is 48 pixels. Okay, great. Now, so we just have to change this. This time it's going to be a bit different. We're just going to be changing it to white, and the inner icon will be black. So that's going to be the change that we're going to be doing. The reason for that is this is an orange background, so I think changing it to white would have more of an impact without really taking too much of visual hierarchy. Great. So now it's the same thing we did so many times. Again, you can actually just pause the video and try to do this on your own. It's just on press while pressing actually. Action change to on press. Should be smart animates. Ease in and 200 milliseconds. Great. So let's just try it for the final time and we're gonna be done with today's video. So sorry for the noise here. Okay, let's just restart it once. Okay, I think it didn't restart properly. Okay, so why is it not working is the question. Okay, the reason for that being we did not apply this. So let's just take this back here and to Control-Shift-R, paste and replace. So here on press, you can see how it's changing. Very nice. Okay. For some reason though, it is being blocked. Okay, yeah. So we'll have to reapply the animation here because this is a new instance, and this is actually a different component, right? So it's not the same. So the animation doesn't stick to it. We're just gonna have create new interactions on tab here. Navigate to actually. So, oh, wait. So let's go back. Now we have both of the animations for both this and this. Great. Thanks for watching today's parts of the lesson here. We started on working on some prototyping, which was fun. Uh, Even though Figma has some of its flaws, hopefully, I believe incoming updates they are aiming to add more of a focus on interactions in animations. So we're gonna be having to see how that progresses. Next time, we're going to be following with different buttons here, like these buttons and the default buttons all around. Um, yeah, thanks for watching. We're going to be continuing with the interactions next time. And yeah, catch you in the next video. So let's continue working on the prototype for the design. Last time we finished working on some prototypes for the navbar and this button right here. So they're going to be continuing the same trend and where we continue with the home page right here. So let's start from these buttons here for the back, the front, forward, and the play button, right? So what do you want as interactions here? Let's start from the back and the front buttons here. I'm going to go to the component and I believe it is somewhere up here. Here you can see. Let's just take everything, push it down. And for the front button, we're just going to start by creating a component variant here. All press. Obviously, this has to be the default one. Let's just set this up here real quick. Okay. Proper spacing and gaps. Okay. So the difference would be simply in its color. From brand 300, we're going to go brand 350 as we did for many different of our previous elements. So that's all pretty much. It's very simple, as you can see. Now I'm just going to take this and I'm just going to do pretty much the same thing for it. I'm just going to start by creating a variant for the button and naming the variant here on press. By repeating this, you will be more familiar with the process of how to use components and variants to create simple but very useful interactions in, in Figma. So yeah, let's just now apply a proper spacing here, 32 4 by 64. Apply the proper brand color and just change this to be 350. Okay, so one thing remains is to go to the prototype and add an interactions. It's very simple. On press, while pressing, we wanna change to on press. Right, very simple. Here we want to do the same thing. Let's say interaction on or while pressing, change to on press. Obviously, we have to add some sort of timing for this. So it should be smart animate. It should be easy and 200 milliseconds here. We're gonna do pretty much the same thing right here with smart animates, ease in 200 milliseconds. If we now go to this design, okay, if we now go to the home page, as you can see, and if we press these, you can see how it is interacting quite well. Okay, we're gonna be continuing here with the play button. So let's just get this down. Now the play button is a bit more complicated. For the play button, we need first an interactions for pressing, right? So let's start by saying on press. Let's prepare this as always. Very simple part. Okay, let's just apply a color and let's go down here. And I believe we don't have a brand that is a bit lighter or darker, I think. So you'd want to do that here. So I'm just going to detach the variable. Then I'm going to just select it here and press down arrow on my key until it gets somewhere a bit darker like this. Okay, great. So I'm then going to name this brand 450 because it is a bit darker. Now we're going to go back to designs, or actually we're going to back to branding, and let's go here. Let's duplicate this. Let's name this 450 and apply the proper color. So this will be used for most of our interactions. Now let's go back to design components actually. And let's just have this be changed. So it's as simple as just adding an interaction here again. It should be while pressing, change to on press, smart animate, ease in 100, actually not 100, it's 200 milliseconds. Great. Now we are not done here. We need to create a new variant. We don't need this sort of interaction on it. What we need to do is we want to go to our icon pack, and I think it is somewhere around media here that we have this pause button. So I'm just going to copy it, go back to the file, go to assets, and go to the icons and paste it here. Okay, now let's make some changes. First of all, let's Control Alt O. Before that, we actually have to give it a fill and remove the stroke. So you don't need to do Control Alt O actually. So let's just rename some stuff here, and this should be false icon. And let's make it a bit bigger in size, like 16. And let's just make it into component and copy it. So I'm just going to go back to design, actually not design components. And here we have this play icon, and I'm just going to change it with the pause icon. Here, Control Shift R to paste and replace. So I'm going to go with a 24 height to match the previous one. Now doing that, let's name this. Then we need to do the same thing here by just duplicating variant 2, and we're going to say pause on press. Since we need a press for all of our different variants for this. So we want to do control for this one. For this one, actually, you want to do Control Shift R and make this 24. The same thing that we did here. So now we have to work with our interactions. Let's start by taking this, and I believe it is on click, change to on press. Actually, not on press, just pause. It should be smart animate somehow, and ease in with 200 milliseconds. And I want to test this out before we continue. So you can see here on press. Okay, it is changing, but the on press is not actually showing up. So what if um what if we remove the on click and instead applied it here for the on press? Interactions, on click, change to pose. Maybe that works better. Or maybe it's just a limitation of Figure's prototyping. If that works, it's nice. Let's maybe refresh this here. Restart it. Okay. Yeah. The in-betweens are not quite working, and I actually just aim to have sort of a course on web animations for both developers and designers. So I believe we can do it then, but for now, let's just have these as reference points on what would be happening in the actual design. So let's just apply on click, change to pose, smart animate, and actually I'm just gonna go with instant here since smart animate does really do anything. So let's just go back to so you can see when I click it, it changed to the icon here, and it is not staying there, but we don't really need it to currently. Reason being that it's actually just prototyping, and we wanted to show how these interactions will work, and it's the best way to show it. So, okay, so these are the interactions that we need. Okay, so now let's just properly align everything back. Let's just take everything up here. Okay, great. So what next? What should we do next here? If we go back to designs, we have this interaction to be finished and also this. So let's start by working on the drop down here. The drop down is pretty simple. We just need to create a new model for it. So where's the drop down here? Let's go back to design. Okay, here's the drop down. So let's take everything underneath it. Let's give it some space. Okay, so for this drop down, we're gonna need a new variant. And this will be open with icons. So this will be an open state for the drop down, including some of the icons that we're going to be using. Okay. So let's just apply some changes here first before we start. You could maybe we added it to the wrong frame. Okay, just apply this here. Great. Okay. So what I want here is to simply have hmm, let's start by having a model. So let's say category up top here, and we need a closing button. So let's go back to the assets and just take this X. Let's go back to design now, or actually just go back to components, paste it here. Let's decrease the size a bit here of S and put it inside of a frame. Pose BTN. So this frame is very simple. It's just gonna have some padding, and we're gonna have a gray 100, I believe, and it should be fully rounded out. Great. So currently it doesn't really show up with its changes, but it will in a minute. So let's take this. This was this the header. Let's put it side by side, outer gap, center. Great. Obviously, we don't need this to be this brief. So I'm gonna go with 10 here. And for the padding, I want to go with maybe 12 by 12. We're gonna change it up so it doesn't really matter. So now let's go back to items here. Let's go item. And we need a logo for it, for this. So I'm just going to use for this one, I'm just going to use the countries that we previously used. So it's very simple. We just have to go back to assets and let's use some of our countries. We'll start from here, copy it, and go back to components, paste it here. I'm going to make it pretty small in this case. I don't know, 32 by 32. Maybe that's even too big, 24. I think that's quite right. Here, everything, and this should be base, and this should be base semi-bold. Now we could take these two, make them side by side, give them 16 pixel gap, put the item on the right side, and central line them. And finally, we need some number, right? So this number is just going to be indicative of how many how many radio stations are there in the country. It should be pretty small, and we would have it to be as around grade 700 here. Now let's take these two and just place them side by side, central line them, and autumn. And let's just name this Humphrey and this art. Okay, great. Actually, it should be item description. Okay, so now we have to duplicate this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And let's go back to, let's actually go to assets here. And under assets, let's just drag in some of these guys here with 24 pixel. size and just cut it. Control Shift R. Again, doing the same thing, 24. Cut. Control Shift R. 24. Cut. Control Shift R, and just repeat it 2 more times here. I just want to select the UK here. 24. Cut. Control Shift R, and finally with India. So to be actually to or cut. Control Shift R. So now we just have to take all of these and group them in an auto layout system. Here it should be around 0 gap, and we'll name this items. So why are we having 0 gap? Very simple. We just want to go into each item and apply padding. So let's go with 16 by 68 padding and hot content. At least actually it should be a fixed width, and let's go something like this, and auto gap here. We should have it the same, 16 by 16. And yeah, let's just take these 2 elements now. We can put them in an answer layout, and you're gonna say drop down menu. Okay, finally, we don't want any gaps here since the padding is already the gap, and we want to have the small border size, and finally the fill. The fill should be 300, I believe. Or is it 400? Or is it 200 actually? It isn't 400, it's just 300 here. Great, so then we want to make this builder container. And actually, we want to give this a bit of a different background color. So it will have a fill. Or maybe just something darker or lighter. I think I would go with darker. So we need something darker for this, right? So do we have a gray 200? No. Okay, so let's create that. From the 100, from the 300, we want to go darker. Okay, great. Let's make this gray 200, I believe. We have to go back to the branding and apply that. Here from 200 and apply the same thing here as 200. Okay, great. Now let's go back to our components here. And we just have to take this and clip content so that the borders show up. And this is simply our drop down. Now what we have to do is you want to take this let's actually Shift A, put this in the frame. Let's make this main. And everything that is in this property should be inside of the main. So I mean 12 by 16, 40. Okay, so 40, 12, 16. Okay, it's actually 16 by 12 or 12 by 16. 16 by 12. 16 by 12. Okay. Hard content. And we want to remove everything from this. Great. Also, you want to remove the background color, and instead we want to apply it here. Gray 300. Okay, now we have this as a frame. So now we want to just cut this part out. Actually, also we need a corner radius of 999. Have you move it from here? Paste. So we can just take these two, and actually it's already auto layout, so we can just take this down and go with 32 cap or 16 cap would be more suitable. Very nice. So this is our open drop down. Now there are some interactions here that need to be done. First of all, we need to work on this interaction and pressing each of them. Now, this is going to be your project. This is going to be a practice for you. We're going to be doing this pretty much the same thing later on, but I want you to practice using this. So let's just continue with the regular design here by going to the prototypes, adding an interaction, on click, change to open with icons instant. Okay. So now I think here we just click this. You can see it somewhat works, but there needs to be some changes. Okay. The changes being one, that this bar here should be on the highest, May gear should be on the highest level of visibility. Okay. Uh, it's just not working quite as well as it should. Okay, it's fine. The only thing here that we have to fix maybe is the positioning here when it's changed, and it is tricky to uh properly handle that. So I think the best way of doing this would be to just align everything here. This should be a frame here into main, let's say main title. Okay, so maybe for some reason this is sticking out. Okay, so I think we can go here and apply some changes to make it first on top. Yeah, okay, so that fixes one thing. Obviously, we also have to fix the issue with it going up. And I think that's actually a pretty easy fix. Let's just ungroup this first. And I think it's just ungroup this. Yeah. So maybe, okay, I think if we restart it, okay, it's going to the top. Let's try to ungroup this as well. Interesting. Okay, so it is going to the top, and that's, I think, an interactions we can't quite fix. But for now, let's just see if we open with icons. Okay, the drop down should have It's interesting. Okay, yeah, that's the problem. Okay. Okay, actually, so what we need to do is we want to go back to components and apply absolute positioning for this. And let's make this actually longer and wider. Okay, that's great. So that's working now. And OSD, let's go back to design. And you want this to be on top. So you want to go to the main selection and apply first on top. So we have this now properly on top of everything else, which is great. All that we need to do is we're going to change the names to USA, Croatia. That we're going to fix that, by the way. So Japan, Ethiopia, UK, India. Okay, so let's go 32 in brackets, maybe. I think that would be more interesting to see. Let's go 40. So maybe it's in increasing order, right? So 30, then it goes to 20 and 20 and 60. Okay, great. So now let's fix this actually. In order to fix this part, I think the gap should not be auto here. Let's go back to components and fix it here. The gap should be somewhere around 32 or actually 16. Yeah, that fixes everything here and it is perfect. Okay, so great. That's pretty much what we wanted to do and what we want to achieve in this case. So you can actually continue here outside of this drop down. So actually we have to change something, which is on click of this button here. That's the only interaction I'm going to make for this one. The rest is for you to practice. On click, change to the defaults. Yeah. Okay, so this, let's rename this. Okay, so on click here. And by the way, this should be hot content. Okay, so you can see the interactions working quite perfectly here. Uh, let's finish off today's interactions by just creating a component for this one here, the AM and AM switch. And next time I'm going to work on this simple button, the favorites list here. And we're going to finish off with the splash screens. One or two more parts and we're done. Let's go to components. We'll stick this up. Let's create a new variant, naming this variant B, and naming the above variants not default, but A. So in this case, we're just going to switch them up, around, and it's going to call A, and it's going to call B. Okay, so does that actually work? I think that might not work for some reason. Maybe Figma would interpret these as the same. So, okay, this, for now, let's remove this, create a variant, a component variant here, name it B. And here, let's change the fill from being red to being, I think, 400. And here is change it from being 400 to being red. Actually, it's going to be primed. Again, there are some interactions here, but I'm going to leave that to you as more practice. The interactions include hovering, pressing on this and this. So that's something we did so many times. So I think you're more than capable now of doing it on your own. Okay, so now let's go to prototyping, and the only interaction I'm going to make is the click. So on click, change to property B instance, right? So after this here, let's just change this color to around 500. And I think we're done here. So in this case, if I click this, okay, I think I messed this up. So it shouldn't be on click of the whole element. It should be on click of B. So on click, action, change to B. And here on click of A, action, on click, change to A. So very simple. So now FM, AM, FM, AM. That's very nice. That's kind of a very simple interaction. Let's just take everything here and place it where it should. Okay, great. Very nice. So that's all for today, I think. We have created some very interesting interactions today. Um, Obviously the hardest being the drop down and how to handle it, but I think we done it quite well here. Uh, yeah. So that's very nice. Okay, so maybe restart this. Yeah. Okay, so we have made everything work quite nicely. Next time, actually, we have to continue with this, and we have to fix, not fix, but just change up some stuff here, especially for this button and this favorites list interactions, which is going to be very interesting here. It's going to be a very interesting part next time. Then we're going to take the very next episode to take a look at how we work on these interactions, including the skip interaction here, which we shouldn't forget. Thanks everybody for watching. Today's episode was quite long, I know, but it's quite instructive, I think. So we're going to be continuing with the rest of the design next time. So yeah, meet you there. So let's continue working on the design here. Last time we finished on prototyping some of the home page. And today we're going to be continuing with the same routine by prototyping this go back button and also some interactions in the favorites page. Let's start from this one, which is quite simply the easiest thing we're going to be doing today. Let's go back to components. Now you can see we already are in the habit of creating some components for our buttons, but here we have to do it for our primary button. I'm just going to create a new component variant, call it on press. This should be default. Again, let's give it some auto layouts and prepare it for editing, right? So nothing really new. We've done this so many times. Now what we want to do is we want to take this, the press variant, and we want to apply the brand 450 color. So that means it's just going to get a bit darker, just enough for us to distinguish it from the default variant. So let's just get everything close to each other here. And I think everything's ready. So what we have to do is we want to select this, go to prototyping, add interaction, while pressing, change to on press. Smart animates, ease in, and 200 milliseconds. So this is something we've discussed about previously, and we've done this so many times. So hopefully it's clear what we are doing at this point. So I'm just gonna go here, and maybe you can see it. It's very subtle, but you can make out that when I'm pressing it, let's go full screen. When I'm pressing the button, a color change happens, indicating that an action is being done on the button, this time the action being pressing. Great. So let's go back to the design here, and we have to now create some other variants for other components. Now we're going to be primarily working on this part here for the list of favorite items. So let's go back to components, and down here we have the channel variant components, right? So I'm just going to take everything down to give ourselves more space. Create a new component variant, call this on press, and change the color here and prepare it as we do again and again here. So now on press, what we want to do is we want to change the fill to be slightly darker. So we've been working with this so many times, so it's going to be 350. Actually not darker, but lighter it seems. So what I want to do next is I want to go here, interactions, again doing the same thing, right? So while pressing, change to from the defaults to on press. Uh, it should be smart animate, ease in, and 200 milliseconds. So we have to go back to the design and change the name here to use the small letter for D for default. Now if we go here, actually we have to, let's run this again just to get everything running. So let's go back to design, let's select the page you want and just play this. And now when it runs, it should have all the updated information here. Also, you're going to be changing some elements here, including these three dots up next. So you can see while I'm pressing it, a shift in the color happens, right? So that's all the interaction we need at this point. Next up, we want a new component variant. So let's just create this component variant here, and let's call this let's call this delete. Okay, let's get it down. So we're gonna go here, and we have to change this. So I'm just gonna go pick out the delete icon from here. This is the icon pack we've been using all throughout this course, by the way. And I believe they do have some delete buttons right here. Okay, let's just take the default one. Works nice. Let's go back to assets down here. Let's paste it in. Control Alt O first of all, as always. Okay, let's get the group out. Let's call this delete icon. Let's make it white, and let's make it into 16 by 16 and create a component out of it. Okay, as you can see, here's our deletes icon, and we're just going to copy it from this point. We're just going to copy it. Actually, let's do some changes here. Let's make some changes. Actually, we're just going to change it when we get to the actual design, inserting it. For now, let's just change the names. This is going to be skeleton. Okay. This is going to be the lid. I think it's like this. This is going to be the body. And let's just copy it, go back to components, and Control Shift R here. Just paste and replace. And at this point, what we want to do is we want to maintain an auto layout formation here. So let's create auto layout from this. Let's create a frame. Name it delete CTA. No gaps. Full heights. A bit padding here, around 8. Actually, the width should match the height, so let's go 29 and center it. And also, let's give it a fill. It should be red 500 because this is a critical action. And since the outer corner radius is 4, this one could be either smaller corner radius, but I assume here to just be consistent, I'm going to go with the full corner radius here. And it seems kind of cramped in here, so let's just give this more of a width. Like 40. And let's decrease the heights. And this looks about right, matching everything being done here. Actually, if we want this to work perfectly, let's make this 22, let's say, and let's make this 40. Okay, so at this point, we have everything we need to create the interactions. So let's just go here and select this. So let's create a prototype where on click, change to delete. Okay, it should be instant. So let's go here and on click. Okay, first let's actually restart this. Okay, let's replay this again. Okay, so now let's make it full screen and try it. Okay, so it's not activated for some reason. Let's try to fix the problem. Let's go back to components. And here we are saying on click, change to this. But I think perhaps we have to apply the on click here. So on click, change to delete instant. Okay, so yeah, it does work. Okay, so we also need an extra bit of information right here. We want to take the closing icon from somewhere. I think it's here. Yeah, let's just take it from here and paste it in here. So the way we're going to be doing this is flip it the color selection. This should be a bit darker, so 100 I believe, or maybe even whites. Maybe let's go 400. I think that works better. So also let's go decrease the size here. Fill container. And this should be okay. Let's just go back to assets. Let's copy this. Let's go back to components and change this X for Control R. Okay, let's detach instance since this is separate close icon. I believe so. Yeah. So Control Shift R. So now we can resize it freely. So I'm gonna go with 12. So since this is 24, we want to take both of them and group them 12. And let's make this fill the height. And decrease this to 12 again. And decrease this to around 8. So this will be our final design. And let's prototype this. So let's go back to prototype. And we're gonna add an interaction here. On click, change to default instance. Okay, so this might seem a bit complicated, but it's just very simple prototyping, changing from one state to another state on some action detecting on one element here. So, okay, yeah. Let's reset everything here. So, okay. So when I press it, you can see it's a bit glitchy here. Hmm. Maybe perhaps we should restart it. Okay. Yeah, but we should remove this probably. Okay, not that. Okay. Yeah. So you can see now when we open and close, the changes are detected. And obviously when we when we click this, we want this to disappear, but that's not something possible, I don't think. Through Crane. Now I'm gonna leave you with sort of a project or assignment here. And that is, you can see this state does not have any way to change into this pressable state. If we go on the full screen here, you can see they can open and close, but they can't be pressed. So I want you to practice your Figma prototyping by figuring out a way of doing that, applying this to this. And it's very simple. Hence, you should be creating a different component variant for this one alone. Uh, so it's not complicated. I'm pretty sure you can do it. You've learned and discussed this so many times before. And yeah, so that's all for today. It's not too complicated what we learned. We just apply some basic prototyping in Figma to create some cool interactions. Now, what is remaining here is if we go back, so we need some final prototyping here. We need one prototyping action for the skip, and we need some way of changing these. And finally, we need the continue and go back buttons to work. Also, we don't need this to be here. So I think that's all going to be done in the next episode. And that will be the final part where we're going to be finishing off this whole design. Great. I think that's it for today. Thanks for watching and meet you in the next one. So today we're going to be finally finishing this course by creating the prototyping animations for the splash screens. So we have 4 splash screens already designed in the previous couple of parts of this course, and now we have to make them interactable. So how do we do that? We have discussed about this so many times, and it is quite a simple thing. So the first thing we want to do is we want to work from the top down, and I'm just going to start here. So on clicking this skip button, it's just a text, but it is a button. I want the user to be redirected to the home page, keeping every splash screen right here. So Before doing that though, let's actually work on the animation for the skip button here. What I mean is on press animations. So I believe we have this here. Okay, great. So we have two of them and we're going to get to this one. But for now, let's just finish working on this. So I'm just going to create a new component variant here. And this is the default on press. So the on press state for the default nav bar. So I'm just going to take this, and the only thing I'm going to be changing is the color. I'm going to change it from gray 700 to being fully white. Then I'm just going to select this and add this prototyping animation, doing the same thing we did so many times, adding an interaction while pressing change to default on press. It should be smart animate, ease in, and 200 milliseconds. So these are the properties we have worked with so many times, and you can feel free to just play around with these and create your own sort of values that work best for you. But this is personally what I found to work relatively better in Figma. So let's just move everything down here. Okay. And now we just have to taste it. So we have to go here. Let's select this screen and just press play here. I did it by just pressing the play icon here or the present icon. So if we go back here, it should be loading. Okay, while it is loading, okay, here it's done actually. So let's make it full screen to make it bigger to see. And now you can see when we press it, it becomes from gray, it becomes white. Great. So that's what we wanted. Next up, we want to make this redirect us to the home page. Now we can't do this from the component because in order to redirect by clicking a button, what we have to do is we have to select a page from this same layer pages here. So if we were to make it in the component, we can't redirect it to the home page because the home page doesn't exist in this Figma page, right? So instead, we have to do it directly from the design. Okay, so let's go to prototyping, and this will be the simplest part here. Just on tab or on clicks, same thing. On tab is identified to be working on mobile. That's the only difference. Navigate to and home. And the animation this time will simply be instant. Great. So at this point, we already have this animation working, but we have to do is we have to copy this. And since this doesn't automatically apply to the others here, we have to manually do this. Okay, so it should be Control-Shift-R, meaning now all of these three pages redirects to the home page. Great, so let's just test it out here. If we click on skip, we get redirected to the home page. Okay, great. So one thing remains, which is that we don't really have the same functionality to this final splash screen. And you might say, like, it's the final splash screen. Why wouldn't people just click the Let's Start button? And you'll be right, but I think if people get used to it, it's good to have there. It's not really taking anything away from the design. So let's just apply it, and we're going to be learning more by doing that. So again, feel free to do this on your own. So I'm not going to be doing this here. I'm just going to be leaving this here for you because this is something we literally just did right now. So I think it's good practice for you to do it in your own time. So let's move on actually. So the way we move on is by working on this back button first. So this back button, we don't need it to be here. We don't need it to be here in the sense that it is not interactable. It should not be interactable because there is nowhere to go back from the first splash screen. This is the screen that the user will see when they first load the application. So there is no meaning to this button. So how do we fix that? What we have to do is we want to go back to components and create a new component variant for the button. Here is the secondary button, and let's take these two. By the way, the Figma file will be provided once the full course is released. If you're watching the full, like 5 to 6 hour course, then you could find this in the description down below. But if not, please wait to get this Figma file for free. Great, so we have this component here, and we just want to create. Okay, it seems like we have other component variants. Okay, let's try to change variants. There seems to be a couple of properties here that are not what we want. Let's return them first here. Okay. That's interesting. So, okay. So I think the best way of doing this is, since this is only a one-time use, you can actually practice making this into component. But for now, just to save time, I'm just going to manually do it. And it's just easy. It's just changing the opacity. By reducing the opacity, we are giving the feel that this button is deactivated. So let's go 75% maybe. 75 maybe a bit too bright. Let's go around 65. Great. So this 65% button here, you can see it's dulled out, and once the user clicks it, it doesn't really do anything, considering you can see even the next sort of variant is also reduced in opacity, so it is obvious that this button is not working. Great, so that's the first thing we wanted to do. Next is the actual prototyping. The only thing we want to do here is we want to prototype these continue buttons here and let's go button to work properly. So let's start here. The continue button here, let's add an interaction on tap action, navigate to, and it should navigate to the second splash screen and should be instant, considering this is actually the first, so the second and the third and the fourth. We want to do the same thing here, tap, navigate to. This time we're going to go to the third. Okay. Again, on tap, navigate to. This time, as you have guessed, to the fourth. Finally, this time, this will be a bit different. It's going to be on tap, navigate to, and it should go to the home page, considering this is the final one. Now you can see, if you look at it like this, it might seem a bit convoluted and difficult, maybe intimidating, but we didn't really do anything really complicated. Even if we go back to the components here, you might see something like this and get turned off here. Let's remove that. You might see something like this and assume that this is complicated, but really it's not. It's just while pressing interactions, again here, pressing hovering interactions, opening and closing interactions. It's very simple. It's a very simple concept. Even these sort of very intimidating looking are very simple. Great. So now that we have done this, we want to test that out. So let's start from this and let's see. Continue. Let's start. Great, so it is working. One thing that's not working though is the actual back buttons. So this back button obviously doesn't have anything, it doesn't work, but this one should have an interaction on it. It should be on tap, navigate to, and this time from the second, it will go one back to the first. We will go to this one. Again, navigate to. This one, it is the third, I believe, so it should go back to the second. And finally, the fourth one here. This is the fourth one, so it should navigate to the third. Great. So now hopefully these interactions work. Obviously the first one doesn't work. Then we go to the first, then we can go back and cycle however we want. Perfect. Great. We are almost done, fully done with this course, almost. Only one element of this remains, and that is this indicator right here. So the way we're going to be doing this, we don't even need prototyping for this. The way we're going to be doing this is we have a couple of component variants here. So we have one for the first page, and for the second page, the central one should be at the second. And for the third page, it should be at the third. And obviously for the fourth page, we had a different variant, so it is perfect. So let's work on the variants here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take everything here below it and just give it some space to breathe. So I'm just going to create a new variant for this. This should be 1, simply 1. This should be 2. Let's create 3. So we'll have 3 variants for this. Obviously, the naming indicates that this is for the first page, second page, and third page. We're not just naming it 1, 2, 3 for no reason. Let's add some auto layouts, 32, 64 by 64. And finally, let's make this our brand color. Great, so now it's a simple matter of just switching this up to the second and third. Great, so now we can restore everything by selecting these parts and moving them up until we get 32 pixels. Great, so okay. Now let's go back to design and just apply it. So 1, let's select this one, go here 2, and let's go here now and 3, and obviously the fourth one. So now let's test it out for the final bits. Go back, continue. Notice how this is shifting. Go back, continue. That is all perfect. So I think that's it. We have created a full prototyped working mobile app design. So this was an entry to UI UX and mobile design. Not actually an entry, it's a bit advanced. And some concepts might be hard to understand, but I tried to cover them as best as I could, from prototyping, from Figma, from managing your Figma files in terms of branding. We looked at so many things. We had branding. You can see this is a full list of branding with colors, fonts, and everything. We had this beautiful design, starting from a simple loading status to not working or error status homepage. We created this very intricate and nicely done homepage. Even favorites, empty states, everything has been accounted for. The favorites list, which is actually working here. Yeah, the splash screens, 4 splash screens, even the navigation here, and everything works quite nicely here, as you can see. So also we had these components, right? So you can see these components, which are very much well done. So these components are what you would expect to see in a real world application, the way they are presented, the way they are carried out. Most of our elements are components, and that made it easier for us to work. And as your app grows, so will your components, but so will the use of these components. You will thank yourself that you made all these components as your app grows, because on the start it might seem overkill, but at some point everything will click and you will develop and design faster because of this. Also, we worked on this UI kits from a different Figma file, nothing really special here. Uh, and some assets, we got some, we learned how to use external assets, like icons and these flags. It's not just pasting it into your Figma design. You have to work with it to make it work for your purpose. We have learned that pretty early on. We have created these illustrations. Actually, I didn't show you the process of these creations, but feel free to play around with them. Obviously, if you're watching this video, there's a good chance that uh, the full course has been released. If this is the 6 hour course, 5 to 6 hour course, then this is the full course release. If not, if it is like parts 15 or something, 14, 15, if that's the case, then you should wait a couple of days probably. It's not going to be too long before the full course releases and you can get this Figma file completely for free. Okay, thanks guys for watching. Really means a lot. The support on the channel has been incredible. Um, we will continue with a course on Dart, the programming language. So we're gonna go Dart, then Flutter, then we're gonna create this full app, mobile app. We're gonna be coding it. So stay tuned, and we're gonna be coming up with so many more designing courses. And yeah, 2025 and 2026 will be great years for this channel. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. That's all for today. Goodbye. And that's cut. If you reach this point, it means that you have completed the 2025 Advanced Mobile Design course. We've learned so much in this series, but it's not quite over yet. You have now a strong understanding of mobile and UI/UX design principles, partnered with a high-level understanding of Figma. But learning to design is a continuous process. We go from beginner to advanced and keep going. So I really hope you enjoyed this course. Thanks for finishing this whole series, and I wish you all the best in your upcoming mobile design journey.